I'm gonna try this again, even though none of you know that I already tried this. Because the problem was a second ago that for some reason it set it to unlisted privacy. So I was live, but not viewable to anyone. So I was like, what? Anyways, round two. We're gonna do it all signs tonight, guys. How are you doing? It's Lisa. This is Moon Sun. I haven't seen you in a hot second. I've missed you. I hope you're all doing well. I'm aware that we are starting quite late with this all signs, but I felt in the mood. And so, you know what? We're just gonna go with it. And yeah, if not that many of you are able to catch it while we're actually live, then feel free to watch it after the fact. But I hope that you're doing well. Welcome to eclipse season. It's feeling like a wild one. Also, let me know if there are any problems with seeing me and hearing me when someone comes into the room, or when you come in. If there's an issue, let me know in the chat, okay? Because I haven't streamed from this location that I'm at before, and I just want to make sure that the internet is interneting and doing all the things that it needs to do. But yeah, I haven't been live or done an all signs or just checked in with you guys in real life for a hot second. Basically, since I moved at the end of July, things have been a little chaotic, but I wanted to connect. So I'm going to do an all signs and just look at the present circumstances or situation that is surrounding you, how you're experiencing that, what the main challenge or lesson for you is at this time, and also some advice. So that's what we're going to look into. And okay, I see little hearts, so I'm assuming you guys can see and hear me. Yeah, we're going to start with Aries, go all the way down to Pisces. I don't read for a particular placement, so you guys can watch for any sign that you feel called to. You can have, and you can watch for your sun, moon, rising, Venus, if you have a stellium, if you're going through a certain transit right now that is amplifying a certain energy in your life, feel free to watch for that, or cross watch for people you care about. And always just remember to take it as it resonates for you. And if a message does not sound like your story, then that's exactly what it means. It just means it's not your story. So don't worry about it. Don't take it personally if you can manage. And just check your other placements. Okay. So all the info you might need is in the info box below about me, my socials, how to book a private reading through Etsy, all that stuff. The timestamps for the signs will also be in the pinned comment and the info box down below if you want to skip to your sign, if you're catching this after the fact. But if you are watching live, you'll be able to tell what sign we're on by these little guys in the corner up here. Okay, so watch that if you're wondering where we're at. And we're gonna get into it. Starting with Aries. Okay. Let me see. I'm kind of just vibing very intuitively. So bear with me also because the eclipse energies are just kind of crazy. So if it takes me a slightly longer time to just ground the energies, then that's most likely why. Okay. Let's see what is going on. What's going on for Aries? And although I am talking about eclipse season and I'm referencing like right now, all of my readings are timeless. So you can watch this whenever you feel called to it. If you are randomly seeing this channel or this live like 6 months after the fact, then you're still welcome to watch it, and hopefully the reading will resonate with you. Because there are no coincidences. So if you're drawn to it at whatever time, that's probably for a reason. Okay. So let's see, Aries. Does Aries need to know? I want to pull my chair closer to the desk. Okay. So that the cards don't fall on the floor, because I foresee that happening. Aries. Luna is here. She's just off camera, but she's blessing us with her presence and hair. Whoa, okay. Okay. Two more. Two more cards for Aries. Okay. Get you an oracle card too. What's up, Antonia? How's it going, babe? Okay. Clarify Aries energy or experience at this time. Okay. All right. What's up, Alana? We are on Aries, so if you're wondering where we are and you're watching while I'm live, there's these little gify things in the upper left-hand corner that should tell you where I'm at. It's okay. Sometimes you're just so used to looking at a screen, you don't see things that are literally right in front of you. I do this frequently as well, so I get it. Okay. So let me timestamp. You're good? You're in Aries? Nice. I'm in Aries, Venus and Jupiter. Love me some spicy Aries energy. I'm doing good too. The eclipse season is kind of already kicking my ass, not gonna lie. That lunar eclipse in Pisces that we had was conjunct my North Node, and I'm also a Pisces sun, so I'm feeling the feelings and all the energy as well. But it's good. All right, so let's timestamp here. Yeah, the lunar eclipse has been crazy, right? Like, that one felt like it really packed an extra punch. I thought it was just me, but then everyone I've talked to has been like, nope. It was like a tsunami hitting me in the face. So I hope that you're all hanging in there, because even as a Pisces sun, I'm like, this is a lot. Okay, so let me timestamp and get into Aries here. Okay, Aries. What is up, my spicy little enchiladas? I hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's take a look at what is happening for you right now. So as your present energy, so everything is in reverse as well, other than your advice. So you could be feeling a little bit, I heard anxious, but I was gonna say just stagnant maybe, or stuck, or even held in place against your will by energies that seem uncooperative or circumstances that maybe feel out of your control. I'm getting kind of a sense of frustration because, I mean, Aries isn't known for loving standing still or sitting still. That doesn't mean it's not good for you sometimes, but it's for sure not like your comfort zone. So give yourself some grace and patience, or try to be patient with yourself and what's happening for you at this time. If you're feeling a little bit like, let's go. I'm going to finish that so I can put it out of the way and make more room for myself on the table. Okay. So Aries, your present situation or circumstances is coming out as the Four of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Yeah, I was picking up on a lot of anxiety too, just like, I thought it was just me, but then I got a message that it was collective, so I don't know what's up with that, but Four of Pentacles in reverse, and then how you are experiencing this situation or energy is the Nine of Cups in reverse, clarified by this oracle card. That is a quote, a well-known quote from Romeo and Juliet. These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. Violent. Okay. It's Aries coded, not gonna lie. So, what this feels like is that there's something that you are being asked to release or let go of. And it is either something physical, like a job, a habit, an actual like thing maybe that you've been holding on to, that like that is acting as like a talisman and holding energy that you kind of want to release, or even a relationship, a job. It could be anything. With the pentacles, it's something that is like tangible and solid in the 3D realm. But the Four of Pentacles in reverse talks about changing up the foundation of something and kind of having to deconstruct before you start making improvements to something or letting something new come in. So it's like if you were going to do renos on a house, maybe you would have to gut that room before you started putting something new in. And that process can always feel a little bit like, sometimes it can feel violent. It feels like you are experiencing this particular release as being a little bit like gnarly, a little bit violent. And whatever you are being asked to release at this time, Aries, it feels like it is something that at one point brought you a lot of happiness, a lot of pleasure with this like violent delights. And it's almost like the amount of positive engagement that you experienced with it is almost equal to whatever you're feeling having to let go of it. So if there's something that, like, for instance, you really loved, then you're feeling the loss just as deeply as you felt the love for something, is what it kind of feels like. And that doesn't mean that you're not meant to release it, because many times things have like a season and they're not always forever. Like a lot of things aren't permanent, right? But I do feel like you're kind of experiencing it on the same level. So if this is something that once brought you a lot of joy, then it might feel equally kind of painful to release. But with the Nine of Cups in reverse, yeah, you're kind of feeling like something is being ripped from you, and you're definitely experiencing that in an emotional way. Now, the Nine of Cups in the upright is like getting everything that you want the way that you want, and it almost being effortless. So with that in reverse, it's kind of like maybe you're really focused on how something is not currently going your way, or that you thought that this was kind of like everything you wanted, and now you're losing it. I'm channeling a song, and it's... What song is that? Wait, is that Avril Lavigne? Wait, what is that song? I feel like this is Avril Lavigne, but I have not heard this song in literally like 2 decades, I feel. I think it's called So Long, or what are the lyrics? You were everything, everything that I wanted. We were meant to be, supposed to be, now we lost it. How do I still remember these lyrics? All the memories so... I think she says all the memories so close to me just fade away. All this time we were pretending so much for my happy ending. I'm pretty sure that's Avril Lavigne. Yeah, I'm definitely channeling that because ain't no way that would just pop into my head otherwise. So maybe you feel a little bamboozled, or you feel as though you were almost like taken off guard or sideswiped by the loss of this because it's something that you thought, again, was your wish fulfillment or would be like your happy ending. You thought you were building sort of a foundation that would be stable or long lasting or able to uphold something that would last for a while. And it's like you're not really feeling that way anymore, and it feels like you're feeling that quite heavily, like in a heavy sort of way. There's a weight to it. It's impacting you. Okay, so the biggest challenge or lesson surrounding this at this time is the King of Pentacles in reverse. King of Pentacles in reverse. All this time I worked and did so much for my happy ending. I just want to sing Skater Boy now. Not gonna lie. Okay, King of Pentacles in reverse. Can you tell me more? Why is this Aries? The Six of Wands in reverse. Well, you are definitely just feeling the moon, the High Priestess. You're feeling all of the Pisces energy for sure. I think that one of the main things right now is that there's a lot that you just can't see because you're phasing out of one thing or releasing one thing. And obviously, anytime we let go of something, we are making space for something new to come in. So no ending is, closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end, right? So it's like every death kind of alludes to a new birth, right? Nothing is ever really just an ending. It is more so, I'm such a Scorpio rising, right? I'm the most Scorpio rising I've ever been. But everything is really more of a transformation. If we're looking at it, nothing ever really truly dies fully. But I think that you're having a difficult time perceiving this as that because all you really feel is loss, since what is meant to come in to fill the space of this thing that's phasing out is unknown. It's something maybe that you can feel intuitively is on its way to you, but you can't actually see it, or you don't actually have the details yet, maybe. So for that reason, I think it feels a little bit like leaving like a warm, cozy palace full of all of your wildest dreams and stepping into a dark, foggy landscape where you can't really make out what is what yet. And so for that reason, just because you're contrasting maybe, or maybe you're just experiencing like what you're stepping into as nothingness or as a big empty space of loss. So the challenge or the lesson really is to kind of reframe that if you can, because you're seeing it, I feel like you're almost taking it as a personal, Six of Wands in reverse, clarifying the King of Pentacles in reverse. It's like, well, that was a failure. Well, that was a giant wah, 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 like. But there's something with the King of Pentacles in reverse where there might be an insecurity tied to this. You're feeling not successful or not recognized, or there's some element here that's kind of like getting under your skin, I feel. And the challenge, I think, is to know that Just because you can't see something doesn't mean that something's not there, right? The 3D or the physical realm is all that we can really actually see. We can't see the mental body, we can't see our emotional body, we can't see the spiritual realm of things, but that doesn't mean that those things aren't there, right? And in fact, in today's society, a lot of issues arise from kind of that very thing. Like, think about it. When you break your leg, you go to the hospital and they tell you you can't go back to work for a couple weeks. Nobody questions that, right? Because they can see your broken leg, they understand, that makes logical sense. But let's say you're depressed, or you're super anxious, or you're struggling with something mental or emotional. Oftentimes people struggle to understand or comprehend or grasp that in the same way, right? To substantiate it in the same way, just because you can't actually see it or touch it. It feels less real or less important, but that's actually not the case. And I feel like whatever you're experiencing right now, maybe part of why it's feeling so heavy is because of the actual physical release of it. Like, you're witnessing the loss of something that was taking up physical space in your life, but you're not, it's almost like you're not making space to maybe think about what could be coming in that is either a shift in perspective, because the Six of Swords is your advice for the optimal outcome. And this is all about expanding your mind, your perspective. It's Mercury and Aquarius energy. So it's about having to break out of an old way of framing something or seeing something in order to expand that and find more peace of mind, more wisdom, more like all of these things. It's really a card of integration. Okay, tell me more about the Six of Swords. Any other advice for Aries surrounding this? But something about the way that you're thinking about this, this ending, this closure, or this season shifting in your life, Aries, you're very focused on, again, like, it's feeling pretty violent and heavy, but I think it's because kind of where your eyes are looking, right? Like, what you focus on is going to expand. So I think the biggest thing right now is to really try to point your energy in a more constructive direction than this. And that doesn't mean ignore your feelings. That doesn't mean don't grieve the loss of something. It just means don't get stuck there, and know that whatever you are, whatever direction you're pointing your energy is what's going to be expanding in your life, okay? Okay. Clarify that Six of Swords. The Knight of Wands, yeah. And Strength. The Ace of Pentacles. See, there's going to be something that comes in the near future for you that is going to give more to you than this other thing could. It's it's going to feel more balanced. You're going to feel more successful, seen, and fulfilled by whatever this new opportunity is that's coming in. You're kind of just being advised to have the strength of spirit and the strength of mind, especially to not focus on the ending. Focus on having faith and optimism that from every ending does come something that is, well, in this case, it's definitely something that's more suited to you, I feel like. So that could be, it could be, if it's a relationship you're letting go of, it could be a fire sign, specifically maybe a Leo that's coming in next. But I see this as being kind of your energy if it's not a relationship you're letting go of. It's your something about moving forwards into this other thing is gonna give you more passion. It's gonna spark more inspiration. more energy. Something about that. This new opportunity is going to just overall, it's going to give you more than where you're coming from. Whether that is something, Terry, bestie, I miss you too. Aww. But yeah, there's something about that. It's like you're going to feel more inspired. You're going to feel more fulfilled. And this thing that is coming your way is going to feel just overall a better fit for you than whatever it is that you're being asked to release. Okay, so try. And I know it can be hard when you're letting something go that you're emotionally attached to. So that's why I'm saying, like, allow yourself to feel, like, honor what you are feeling surrounding the ending, but just try not to get stuck there. Try to give your mind another point of focus. Or if it is something that you feel like you're maybe stuck on a little bit with all of those reversed energies, then maybe try to just moderate how much time you spend on it. So maybe give yourself like an hour or half an hour, 15 minutes, however long, like a day, to just really be in your feelings or be focused on that. But then set a literal timer, and when it goes off, be like, okay, now I'm going to force myself to go work on something else, or focus on something, or work out, or engage with someone that I care about. That's something that's going to help take your mind off of that, so that it's not the only thing that you're focusing on. Okay, I feel like that would be beneficial for you. Okay, all right, we're moving on to Taurus. Moving on to Taurus. Let's see what's going on. You are welcome. Luna's being adorable. Okay. Sweater is annoying me. Let me see. What deck do I want to use for Taurus? Okay, Taurus. Let's see. What is happening for you currently? Tell me about Taurian's present circumstances or situation. What it is meant to teach them, and some advice. Let's see. Show me Taurus. You could be dealing with an Aries, or also have Aries in your chart prominently, because you have some of the same energies coming up. You have specifically the Six of Wands in reverse, and it's showing up in the same spot under your challenge or lesson, same place that Aries showed up. So just throwing that out there. Get you an oracle card. He's a Taurus. Oh man. I guess it's safe to say I'm tapped into your energy tonight. You tell me about the Six of Pentacles. Okay. All right, Taurus, what's going on? Ooh. Hi, Luna. She's coming to say hi. Hi, Butt. Hi, Stinky. Hi, Stinky. Let her bless you with her energy. Love you. Okay. So, you're cute. The people, they love you as per usual. Okay, let me timestamp Taurus here. She's like, I know. Tell me something I don't know. Okay. What's up, Taurus? I hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's get into your energies. She's gonna want out. She wants out, sorry. Oh no, you just want to eat. Okay, never mind. She just wants to eat. All right, Taurus. So your current energy, or your current circumstance or situation, sorry, is coming up as the Six of Pentacles. And it's clarified by this oracle card that says, if you love somebody, they turn into a god, but you can't control what kind of god they turn into. Preach. Yes. So then how you are experiencing this energy is the Two of Swords. You're like, I don't know what kind of god I'm turning this person into that I'm giving love to. So here's the thing. Love is very powerful. Love is a very powerful force, obviously. And we do give people power when we love them. And this card is correct in that some people choose to take that power and use it in such a way where they kind of weaponize it against another person, or where they are not responsible with it. But other people will, let's put it this way. Sometimes when you give people that kind of power, the kind of power that they have when you fully love them, some people that will turn them into the worst version of themselves, and some people that will turn them into the best version of themselves, or anywhere in between, right? But the Six of Pentacles, there's something that you are giving to that is giving back to you. There's an equal kind of give and take here going on, an energetic exchange with you, and I feel like someone else. And this doesn't need to be a lover or a love interest, but it could be. And with your experience of this engagement being the Two of Swords, it's like you just can't, you don't feel clear completely on whether this person is gonna love you back or destroy you, kind of, is what I'm feeling. It's like you're not sure completely if you can trust someone, maybe. So this could be something new, or it could be someone or something that you've gotten sort of mixed signals from, or else it could have nothing to do with the person, and you could just be triggered, overthinking, slightly paranoid, you know, take it how it resonates for you, okay? And that's not an attack. We all get that way sometimes, especially those of us who have been abused or hurt in the past. So let's get more info on this for you. But I see it as the Six of Pentacles did come out in the upright, which is there is a balanced give and take for whatever this is. I don't see someone like just taking from you and not giving anything back. I don't see that. This is bothering me. So I'm just gonna use it as like a blanket on my lap instead of wearing it, because the way it's just pissing me off. Okay. So I'm almost seeing this as being more like you are undecided or unsure for whatever reason about this situation. And it's kind of like you're projecting that uncertainty onto it. I don't think that it's actually something that is happening in the situation. Like, I don't know if you have an actual reason to be super concerned. But let's see. Let's get more information on it here. Can you tell me about that Two of Swords? Why is Taurus experiencing the energy this way? Seven of Pentacles in reverse. Because you're kind of on the fence about it? Or because something's not completely coming together or not able to completely come together. The Seven of Pentacles talks about like harvest season, when something, essentially when you get what you want. You've invested in something and you get what you want out of your investment. It pays off, essentially, right? That hasn't totally happened yet for you, so I feel like you're starting to get a little skittish or wonder if it's going to happen. Am I going to get what I want out of this? Should I get my hopes up, or am I going to regret getting my hopes up? I feel like overall you're in your head with the Two of Swords. Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles in reverse. The thing is, I feel like you're trying to predict the future while at the same time creating a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So some things you just have to jump in and see what happens, right? You can't always... Sometimes you can pull a million tarot spreads and Spirit's just going to be like, fuck around and find out, you know, in the best way possible. But there are some things where you just have to live your life, and wherever that experience takes you, you figure it out along the way, or you learn what that thing has to offer you or why it came into your life through the unfolding of it. But I feel like there's something that you're a little hesitant or fearful even, or just insecure to kind of fully put yourself into, even though you are giving to this and it's giving back. There's a level of uncertainty here. And the biggest challenge or lesson for you is the Six of Wands in reverse, like I said, which is what Aries had, or one of the cards that came out in this position for Aries. And sometimes the Six of Wands in reverse does talk about like a negative self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like you perceiving something as a loss, or thinking about something not being successful, and then because that's the energy you are projecting towards that thing, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the strength of your mind kind of guides it in that direction, right? Or it's like that seed of doubt that you are instilling into it takes root and creates the outcome that you don't really want, right? So the challenge, I feel like, is to try not to do that, to try to be in the moment as much as possible, to be present even when you can't have all the answers. Like I said before, sometimes there are certain things in life that require us to be vulnerable before we understand, or before we have like the 100% guarantee, right, that we're going to get exactly what we want. And sometimes what we get out of those situations that we can't see is like way more than we could have ever anticipated. But again, there's a level of, and this is, I feel like it is this way with some of the biggest, like the most important kind of commitments and things in our lives as humans. A lot of the time they do require us to, like, there's a level of risk. And especially with another person, you know, you can never, another person ultimately is always going to be a wild card to some degree, because they have autonomy, they have free will, they can do what they want at the end of the day, and you can't control that. So even if someone's standing in front of you telling you everything you want to hear, right? Um, Sometimes it's like you still have those doubts because you know that ultimately that can change, or someone can change their mind. So I think that the biggest challenge or lesson is to almost like override that, to maintain presence, and through that presence and groundedness, like a certain level of peace of mind. Your advice is the Magician in reverse. So let's see what that's about. I feel like you are, that's too many. Yeah, the Seven of Swords is at the bottom. I heard gaslighting yourself, but that's not going to be for everybody. But essentially that would be like you're convincing yourself that the reality of the situation is not what's actually happening, either out of fear, insecurity, paranoia, those things that I kind of mentioned before. And you might have a good reason for being cautious, right? I'm not judging you. I'm not judging you, trust me. But I feel like there's some way here that you are manipulating or deceiving yourself in this situation. And it has to do with how you are looking at, perceiving, or it's like the story that you're telling yourself about the situation, because the Magician is the energy of Mercury. So it's kind of the script that you've got going surrounding this particular situation. There's something about it that is not accurate, and it's rooted in fear. And I think that this is kind of coming from a subconscious place that you're not totally aware of. It might actually be fear of getting what you really want more than fear of not getting it. And sometimes, ironically, that is how it is. We think that we're afraid that something's going to screw us over, so we talk ourselves out of it, when really on a deeper subconscious level, and humans are so interesting, like psychologically speaking, the ways that we find around ourselves, or how we can kind of avoid certain deep-seated insecurities. Sometimes we think that we're afraid of failure when really we're more afraid of success. We're more afraid of actually being in our full power or getting everything that we've ever dreamed of. But whatever it is for you, I do feel like there's a certain sort of pessimistic energy that is kind of it's kind of leaking in, even in the form of doubt, or doubt, uncertainty, or outright manipulation or negativity. And again, I feel like it's more towards yourself surrounding the situation. Some of you are just thinking about it so much that it's creating this kind of muddied perspective in your mind. Like, you know, when you go over something so many times, you just cease to see it clearly, because you're like, I don't even remember what I was initially like looking at anymore. It's just all over. Yeah, Five of Swords. You kind of end up hanging yourself. There is an energy of self-destruction that's coming up here a little bit. Okay, what else does Taurus need to know here about the situation for them to move forwards in the optimal way? But I feel like this is something that you just want to kind of sit with and explore and be really honest and accepting with whatever comes up within you. Because from what I can see, and let me just clarify the Six of Pentacles. Let me clarify the truth of the situation. Tell me more about this. Okay. So you're going to need to trust your intuition, as you always should. But for some of you, what is affecting this present situation is something that didn't work out romantically or relationally in the past for you. And you're feeling the weight of it now. Like it's coming up from your subconscious and affecting the current situation for a reason, not just to be a nuisance, but it's coming up to be released. So there is heaviness surrounding this influence. The Lovers in reverse, the Ten of Wands, and the Four of Pentacles in reverse. It feels heavy. It's like the heaviness of it, the weight, the tension, the pressure, however it is manifesting for you, Taurus. It's happening to draw awareness to it so that you can kind of pull it out by the roots and let it go. You can realize maybe that you're still perpetuating a fear that is tied to a past circumstance, and now you're connecting with someone new maybe, but there's the need to recognize that that person is not your past, you know, or something like that. That's what I'm getting. I'm feeling like you're struggling to be fully present with, trust, and connect to something new in your life that's requiring a level of intimacy and trust from you that you're just really struggling to extend to it. And it's because there's this deep-seated doubt that is weighing on you, but it's not really coming from the current situation overall. I don't feel like it's more residue from something that's happened in the past. And again, the reason I feel like it's coming up is to just, it wants your attention so that you can let it go, because I feel like you're ready to let this go, whatever it is. Okay? So that is what I see for you, Taurus. Okay. Let's move on to Gemini. How's my Gemini gang? Let's see. What you need to know. Gemini. What does Gemini need to know? Okay. You do not have the same problem as Taurus. Let's see. If anything, you might... Okay, let me just not say anything until after I finish getting the cards down and timestamp. Get one more. Okay. Mm-hmm. What is up, Star Lover? Star Lover. Let's see. Okay, my right ear is ringing. Okay, let's get an oracle card for Gemini. Okay. What's up, Gemini? Okay, let's see what's happening in your energy currently. So it's telling me that your current circumstances is the moon. So this is Pisces energy, and we just had a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces a couple days ago, less than a week ago. So you could be really feeling that. You might want to look at your personal astrology and where that was transiting for you, where it hit you in your chart, to see what specific area of your life might be being impacted by that. But the way that you're experiencing this is the Three of Wands with this oracle card that says some people are artists, some themselves are art. I really like this. I really like this. You're ready for something, and you're in this very like, I'm gonna create it as I go kind of energy. It's like I feel like even though there's a lot that's unknown, there's a lot that is mysterious, there's a lot that is, you don't have control, or you don't have the details of how something is going to work out, you are still looking forward to it, and you have this sense of optimism, and it's almost like you're very tuned into your creative life force energy. I don't pick up really any fear here as you're moving forwards into this. Tell me more about the moon. You could be feeling a lot of emotions, but you're just going with it. It's like you're riding the wave. You're surfing this wave here. Okay. Let me put the moon. The Queen of Pentacles and the Five of Swords in reverse. It's interesting because your advice is the King of Pentacles. So we have a pair here. Okay. It's making me feel like this Queen of Pentacles energy is not you. They could be a Pisces or have Pisces strongly in their energy. But I feel like this King of Pentacles is you, because that's what you're being advised. So there's someone here that's not fucking around. They are not in an energy of manipulation. They're not in an energy of needing to control. They are not in an energy of wanting to deceive or play games. This is what I would call a straight shooter. Straight shooter. They are grounded. They are confident to the degree that this is someone who knows who they are, and they feel comfortable in their own skin and their current circumstances, no matter what that is. Yeah. It's a nurturing, compassionate, feminine kind of energy here, whether they are a woman or a man. This person definitely doesn't want to play any games. And so this could be a business partner, this could be a romantic interest, whatever the case may be. There's a lot that is unknown about whatever this is, but you are looking forward to the situation continuing to unfold and to play your part in like the co-creation of that, whatever it is. Okay, tell me more about this. The King of Wands. Okay. Daddy energy. I like this. The High Priestess. Okay. I think that you're moving forwards with this confidence, kind of like, and it's not like an in-your-face confidence. It's a quiet confidence that I'm picking up on. Just, you know, this is your energy. the High Priestess, the King of Wands, and you're looking forwards and you're like, whatever shows up on the horizon is probably okay because the sun is rising regardless. Whatever it sheds light on, I'm going to be okay. Because you just have this sense of knowing. And again, you might not have all the logical, pieces of information to answer every practical question that you have about this, but you have enough of a feeling in your actual spirit. What's up, Vanessa? Hi, babe. You have enough of an internal knowing in your heart, soul, and maybe even in your body that you're paying attention to that is giving you the assuredness, I feel like, to move forwards. And you're in more of a playful, creative energy where you're seeing yourself as the artist or the architect of your own life, of your own destiny. And whatever this is that you're trying to create, you see it as being art in your life. So whether that is a dream or a project that you're trying to piece together, or I don't know, a career that you're trying to build or grow, or whether this is a relationship, whatever it is, you're seeing it as bringing beauty, inspiration, and positivity into your life to such a degree that you're willing to go out on a bit of a limb for it. And at the same time, because of the energy that this other part is bringing to the equation, it doesn't really feel like a risk. You know what I mean? It doesn't really feel like a risk to you. So the Eight of Wands is your greatest challenge or lesson. If anything, you might be, I don't want to say not cautious enough, but you might be almost pushing or rushing something a little bit. Or even if you're not, I feel like the Eight of Wands being the lesson that you're learning here, or the greatest challenge, it's to temper or moderate the speed or the energy. So something here feels pretty charged. And it could feel charged because it feels right, you have this knowing that this thing is for you. But even if that is the case, right, just because you know something is for you doesn't mean you necessarily want to rush into it or move too fast or speed it up or just get consumed by the intensity of it, right? Tell me more about this Eight of Wands. There's something about needing to move at a tempered space or a tempered pace, and it's so that this thing can ground. It's so that it can root in. That's what I'm feeling. Something needs time to take shape. Tell me about this Eight of Wands. The World in reverse. Okay. That's why. So something is closing out simultaneously in your life as this other thing is coming into being. That's why the whole process overall isn't supposed to be rushed, or might need to you might want to find a comfortable pace that feels right. And then, the Knight of Pentacles. He gets a bad rep for just being the tortoise in the Tortoise and the Hare story, but also who won in that story. So the Knight of Pentacles has a blueprint, he has a plan, and he always gets to where he's going, even if he takes time, even if he comes off as boring, even if sometimes it feels monotonous or slow paced, right? There's something here that you will get to where you want to go. but you're closing out some sort of cycle while this is coming together. So it's like these energies are moving both ways. There's an energy that is moving out, and then there's this energy that is coming in, an influx at the same time. So it's almost like if you try to bring too much of the new energy in, you might feel overstimulated. You might feel a little bit on edge, because it's like, the way I'm seeing it is like there's not enough space created from, there's an energy that needs to clear out for you to have enough space, is how I'm seeing it, for this new thing to fully come in. And again, this is all happening for a reason. It's almost like there is, I think I said this in another all signs at one point, where there's like a speed limit on the connection between two people. It kind of feels like that. It's like there's a speed limit on this, but that speed limit is implemented for a reason, or you are being asked to implement that and keep a steady pace, a consistent pace, a manageable pace moving into this. So the King of Pentacles being your advice. Why is that? King of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles again, and the Ace of Pentacles. This is very clear. Yeah, you're definitely gonna get what you deserve. So you don't need to worry about that. Like, there's no concern here, Gemini, about throwing yourself off balance to rush towards something because you're afraid that if you don't, you're gonna lose it, or you're gonna miss your chance or something like that. I don't see that being a concern at all. So don't worry about that. I feel like if anything, the Spirit is really saying, if anything's gonna throw it off, it's gonna be having like erratic timing, or going, like, not being consistent. Because again, there could be like a burnout, an overwhelm, an overstimulation, or just, it could just feel like too much. Even too much of a good thing is not a good thing anymore, right? So it's like, this is something that is supposed to integrate into your life at a specific pace. There's a lot of pentacles here. So this is something that is definitely forming in a tangible, physical way. Like, it is going to be in your reality. You will be able to taste, touch, all of that. It's going to be real for you. The Knight of Pentacles moving towards this Ace of Pentacles, and then these are both clarifying the King. So we have the King, the Queen, and the Knight of Pentacles here with the Ace. This thing is meant for you. I feel like, though, there's also like a maturing that's happening within you, and maybe within this circumstance or this relationship, if it's a relationship. That's another reason why it's like, take it one step at a time, because I feel like you're going to be moving from the Knight of Pentacles into the King of Pentacles energy. So this process is, the process of moving towards this new opportunity is going to show you something about yourself, and it's going to expand you and mature you in an important way as well. So that is why you're being kind of, there's lots of reasons coming through why it's important to just kind of moderate that. But other than that, I feel like this looks awesome. It is definitely like a match energetically. Whether this is a project, a creative endeavor, a career opportunity, or a relationship, I see it as being very auspicious, maybe even divinely offered, given to you by the hand of the divine itself, or something that your soul signed up for. So again, you can't miss out on that. If it's for you, then it's for you, right? There's no way to lose what is truly for you. So just trust that and take it at kind of at like a healthy speed, and I feel like this is going to be awesome for you. But yeah, I like this playful, creative kind of approach that you're taking to it. Allow yourself to dream, but just try not to get too ahead of yourself, okay? I like this, though. This feels kind of karmic. So you could be also releasing maybe the threads of some like old karmic situation, or contracts, maybe even with other people. And it's so that what is karmically aligned with you can come in. Yeah. Yeah. Don't fight the release. Like, don't fight the release of what is not for you. Again, that's just part of the energy moving out so that something better can come in for you. Okay. Okay. Moving on to Cancer. Cancer. Crabby cake babies. Let's see. Let's use this deck for you. Oh, sorry. Knocking things around. Cancer rising. Nice. I love my fellow water babies. Okay. To put some lip stuff on because it's drying up. Okay. Let's see what. Let me change this before I forget to. All right, so what's happening for my beautiful Cancerian peoples? I heard, I just heard, show me the money. Show me the money. Okay. You could be just very ready for the payoff of something to come through, or this could be literally about finances, but we'll see. Show me the money. Or else maybe you're just in an energy where you are like, I know my worth and I am ready to receive. So rain down on me, universe. Make it rain. We'll see. What's going on for Cancers? Oh, that Four of Coins is coming out a lot. It's come out for everybody so far, I feel like. There's definitely something with this lunar eclipse energy and the energy of Pisces in general that is about release. It's about letting go of something. But not just in like a loss way, more in the sense of, in order to transcend, you have to leave something behind, inevitably, right? If you're going to rise up to the next level, then you have to leave that previous chapter behind in order to do so. So I'm not seeing it as being negative necessarily. I feel like we tend to, as humans, sometimes equate release with like loss or heavier feelings, but I don't see it as that. Okay. Tell me about this star reverse Cancer. Okay. Cancer. Okay. All right. Hey, Cancer. I hope you guys are doing well. Okay. Let's take a look at your current situation and what is happening. Okay, so the current circumstances or experiences coming up as the Eight of Swords for you here. And then the way that you are experiencing this energy or circumstance is the Star in reverse, which is Aquarian energy. And that came out with these oracle cards here. So one kind of looks like this alchemy thing, magic happening, and the other one is this comic that says, let's check and see if we're still bad for each other. Okay. So I think that you are healing somewhat of a toxic pattern here, which is beautiful, but it is requiring you to face the fear surrounding that pattern and breaking out of it head on, because there is a fear that an old pattern that you had instilled in you, because this pattern didn't always guide you into the healthiest situations for yourself, Cancer, is what I'm getting specifically. Well, this doesn't have to be relationally, but it kind of is giving that with this card. The pattern that I see that you had in the past was returning to things or staying in things that maybe deep down or intuitively you understood were not the best for you, but you either kept falling back into them or cycling into the same sort of situation. Yeah, so this could be a relationship thing, or it could just be you doing anything really repetitively that a part of you sort of understands isn't the best thing for you. And it could have been out of comfort. It could have been out of just you're used to doing things that way. The Eight of Swords talks about fear, and specifically thinking about something in a fearful way that kind of creates a limited experience, almost like creating a prison of your own making here. But not understanding that because you are creating that within your own mind, you also hold the key to releasing yourself from that space. So something in your current experience is triggering a fear in you right now. So let's see what that is. So your experience or the situation is the Eight of Swords. So what is it that's making the Two of Wands and the Queen of Swords? So you're at a crossroads that's asking you to discern. You have to make a choice which way you're going to go, whether you're going to move towards something or not in your life, and it is requiring discernment of you. And with the two Ankhs here in this Two of Wands card, I'm seeing this as being, it represents new life. This choice represents a new way of doing something, a breaking out of that pattern, a new way of existing, you're walking a new path, or you're meant to, and it is a more healed path than the one that you've been walking that kept you in that cycle. So you're being triggered so that you can recognize this cycle or where you're still not healed, and then liberate yourself and move towards something that I feel like is good for you. But this trigger is making you question whether you are being pulled towards something that is literally good for you, or whether, once again, you are manifesting something that is part of like an old cycle, or that might be slightly toxic, or just not supportive of where you're currently at, you know? But this Star in reverse is very telling. This tells me pretty much everything I need to know. I don't think that the thing that you're I don't think that the path that you're being pulled towards choosing at this time is part of this old cycle. I think that you're being triggered, and the fear that's being triggered is making you question, like, uh-oh, in the past I felt pulled strongly towards maybe like a person or whatever. Is this another, fuckboy? Is this another narcissist? Is this another abusive or toxic relationship that's part of the old pattern? Is that what I'm manifesting again? Or am I manifesting something that is actually good for me? And it's like, because of the experiences of the past, you're having trouble trusting your discernment, I think, surrounding this current situation. But like I said, the star in reverse is telling, because this represents something that is not healed. And it's telling me that the fear that you might be manifesting the same old thing is coming from an unhealed place, not necessarily indicative of the reality of the situation. So there's a couple things at play here. This fear is trying to show you something. It's a messenger, but it's also a little bit of a test of discernment. Can you tell what is fear and what is intuition? And once you discern, you might still be afraid. We are not. We are on Cancer, and we're going in order, so it might be a hot second before we get to Pisces. But there will be timestamps after the live. If you want to wait and watch it after the fact, you'll be able to skip right to Pisces. Okay. But hi, love. Okay, hold on. Luna is scratching to get out of my bedroom, and she is not able because the door is closed. Okay. All right, hold on. Happy to see you. Okay. So yeah, Cancer. I see you potentially, there's the potential for you to go through quite a significant, like, intuitive level up at this time. But it is going to require like some courage from you, and it's the courage to face your fear head on, and then also trust your discernment and your inner knowing and your intuition enough to bypass that fear. Okay, so courage or bravery is not the lack of fear altogether. It's just understanding that you're not going to allow that fear to control what choice you make. It's like, nobody puts baby in the corner, nobody puts Cancer in the corner. Okay, so it's not, you can see this fear, but not allow it to push you around, not allow it to bully you with doubt and paranoia and obsessive thinking or anxiety or whatever the case may be. You're standing at this crossroads, the crossroads of your new life and an old pattern, and you get to decide which way you're gonna go. But that choice is requiring you to because discernment is different from intuition. Discernment is kind of like, you take the culmination of all of your experiences and everything you've learned, and kind of your street smarts that you gained from all of that, and then you pair it with your intuition and your feeling. Discernment is kind of the culmination of the knowing that you have available to you that's coming at you from every angle. So you want to put all those pieces together and then trust what the overall message is. The Three of Swords. You are afraid of loving, though. And I mean, aren't we all to some degree? You're afraid that if you love, it's going to end in loss, it's going to end in hurt, it's going to end in pain, because you've experienced this in the past. And that's a tale as old as time, right? My Pisces homies in the house. I love to see it. Okay, so the Four of Coins is your overall challenge or lesson, and then your advice is the Knight of Wands. Yeah. you're tempted to hang on to something here that is ready to be released. And it's maybe because this leap of faith is going to require trust and confidence on behalf of yourself. It might require you to kind of defend what you want, or propel yourself with a little bit of force in the direction of it in order to jump over the barrier of your fear. It's almost like your dreams have to be louder or stronger than your fears so that they can break the barriers or the boundaries of your fear. The 10 of Cups. Yeah. It's worth it. It's worth breaking out of your fear. Whatever this is, I feel like it will potentially bring you a lot of emotional fulfillment, like deep emotional fulfillment. Not fleeting happiness, but deep-rooted fulfillment. This is something that will continue to fill your cup for time to come. And I feel like it's definitely worth shifting gears. But the 4 of Coins is your challenge. So there is a temptation to kind of hold on to what is tried and true, even though it has not served you necessarily. Or it's something that you've outgrown maybe. Maybe it served you for a chapter of your life, but now you're ready for something more. Tell me more about this lesson. There's something you're meant to learn too about where you hold yourself back by holding on to things that you might perceive as, you might equate certain things with like stability. But just because something has existed in your life consistently for some time doesn't necessarily make it something that is stable. That thing could be consistently a source of chaos in your life, right? Or consistently a source of triggering you, or whatever the case may be. But I'm feeling like tell me more about this 4 of Coins a little bit. The 5 of Coins in reverse. You're used to being out in the cold to the point that being out in the cold almost started to feel like home for you. It's like an inversion that I'm seeing. 10 of Coins in reverse. For some of you, okay, this is making me feel like with the 6 of Cups here, some of you in your childhood or just consistently in your past, you experienced instability. But that was almost offered to you as like, this is normal, this is what family is, this is what structure is, this is what stability is. It's almost like a child who had a very chaotic upbringing, and then they learned that family means like chaos, or that relationships are toxic. And because that's what you always knew, and this is just an example, it's like because that's what you always knew, or you have known consistently for a while in your life, you started seeing that as, or defining that as something that it is not really. There's more for you. There is something that's going to make you feel truly safe and secure, truly loved and seen, truly nurtured. It's this new life or this new level or path that you're being asked if you want to walk down, because you have the choice, right? It wants to bring you in from out of the cold. It doesn't want to perpetuate this cycle. But the challenge is, again, seeing where you're tempted to hold on, why you're tempted to hold on, what unhealed part within you is causing you to maybe be more comfortable with that, even though it's not great for you just because it's what you've known. And then also, where is that fear seeping in and influencing this new situation? Or where might you be projecting like, oh, my past has always been this, and so this must be just another circumstance or another form of that same thing, that same pattern. I don't feel like it is. Whatever's coming in now is something that is meant to break that pattern. But you have to trust your own understanding and discernment surrounding that. And there's lots of moving parts to that I'm seeing. But the Knight of Wands being your advice. Try to tap into what truly is inspiring you. Like, what is really lighting your soul on fire? What is really speaking to your heart? Like, what's pulling at you from not where is your mind telling you to go? It's more like what is actually lighting you on fire? Where does your life force energy naturally kind of want to flow? There's something that is signifying to you in that is the way that you're meant to go at this time. Like, you can trust what you're passionate about. You can trust what you feel inspired about at this time. But I feel like you kind of have to wipe some of the fear away in order to tune into your inspiration. Okay, a little bit more on this Knight of Wands. The King of Cups in reverse. It's not even about what your emotions are telling you, because I feel like you might even be a little emotionally triggered at this time. It's about your soul. It's about your spirit. It's like, I feel your higher self is really wanting to talk to you at this time. Six of Wands. It's telling you to move towards something, and that it's okay to let your guard down, to not be so defensive towards something that you do feel pulled towards. Maybe in the past you felt pulled towards things that weren't good for you because of that conditioning or programming. But there's something about that that's ready to be healed now. And once you recognize it and override it, I think that you'll see clearly, and you'll have the assurance that you need to move forwards with this confidence. But yeah, your spirit is pulling you towards something because it is for you. If it lights you up, if it's inspiring you, I feel like that is your higher self kind of talking directly to you. And again, that can be hard to decipher or tune into when we're in a space of fear. So try, if you can, to get out of that. And again, I feel like the way that you can get out of that is by facing it head on. Okay. It's almost like a fire that you need to put out. So what happens to a fire if you just avoid it or try to just like repress it? It's going to just burn more out of control, most likely, right? This is something that won't go away unless it is addressed. But once you do look at it, you're going to see a lot more clearly. Okay. All right. We're moving on to Leo. Let's go. Okay. Leo. What is happening with Leo at this time? I feel like I'm gonna smoke a little bit. I'm gonna do it. All right. Okay, tap me into the message that is most needed for Leo at this time. What does Leo need to know about their current circumstances for the highest and best good of all? Let's see. splitting the deck for you guys, but I am. Ooh. Okay. All right. Feels like there's a lot of things that are trying to come together for people at this time. But maybe because of the nature of the energy right now and how it is a little bit intense, people might be having a difficult time knowing, like, can I trust what I am being pulled to at this time? Can I trust it? All right. I'll pull you an oracle card. Tell me about this. Leo's energy. Okay. Luna. Hey. I can hear her scratching on something out there. I don't know what it is, but it's not her litter box. I'm like, stop it. All right. Let me see. What's up, Leo? Timestamp you here. Okay. So let's see. What is up? So your overall, no, sorry, just the present circumstance that wants to be highlighted right now is the Empress with Receive, which is Venusian energy. Okay, and then the way that you are experiencing this energy, or your energy right now, is the Knight of Cups charm in reverse. And then this card also came out, this oracle card. It also came out in reverse, but I'm just going to show you it in the upright so you can see it. It says outside of yourself is a huge, sexy world. So this is how they came out. All right. There's something that you might be kind of resisting because you're not seeing it as being like practical, efficient, or something along the lines of that. But ironically, I'm seeing that this is something that's actually meant to bring more balance into your life in a positive way. The universe wants to give you something at this time, but there's something about your energy not being super receptive, and it has to do with your heart space. With that Knight of Cups in reverse. Then, what's that? Like there might be a little bit of emotional disconnect. What's that? Luna's here and she's being vocal. It's almost coming through as jadedness. What's up, Mama? You wanna say hi? What's going on? What's going on? She wants to say. She's too far over. It's knocking my my light over to show you her, but she wants to be seen right now. There's something that's coming through about slight jadedness, and I think it's because of the memory of past loss and you being very aware that you do not want to experience something again. something that really hurt, something that maybe took you a very long time to grieve or disconnect from. You're like, yeah, I got enough of that for 10 lifetimes, and so I'm good. And I'm going to do anything that I need to do to avoid going through something similar to that. The only problem is, again, like I said, it's kind of ironic because you being so aware of and certain that you don't want to go through that again is almost blocking you off, or has the potential to block you off from receiving what you really do want to experience. Okay. You're thinking about the past. So I want to say part of this is going to be about pointing, like, oh God, not even pointing forwards necessarily, but being present in the now. Because when do we receive? We receive in the now. Thinking about receiving in the present is always something that's going to be unfulfilled because, or in the future, sorry, because you're not there yet, right? So it's something you're always maybe anticipating or looking forwards to, but when you actually, the act of receiving actually happens now or in the present. So there's something about trying to allow the present and your experience in each and every moment to infuse and impact you to such a degree that you are so fully there that you don't have, you're so fully there and so fully fulfilled in the now that there is no room for even the lack of the past or the fear surrounding that to seep in. Part of this could still be you feeling like, I don't feel like you're fully victimizing yourself, but to some degree holding space for something that hurt us from the past. Whether we feel like we've healed from it or not, to some degree I feel like that does keep us in the same vibration or frequency that we were in, because by continuing to tap into that, you're allowing the connection or the cord or the channel between you and that frequency to stay open, which means that energy is going to go to and from. You're going to give more energy to that frequency of the past, thereby actually giving it more power to stay alive or expand, and it's going to still have an influence over you. So at some point, when we get to the end of something, it is important for us to release it to such a degree that it almost, I don't want to say you completely forget that it happened, because, you know, you are who you are because of everything that's happened to you in the past and how you dealt with those things, right? You're the culmination of all of that. And everything else that you pull out of your spirit. But that doesn't mean that you need to stay, like once the past has given you the gift of whatever it had to offer, you don't need to continue holding on to the experience. You've gained the gift, you've grabbed the coin from that level, you know, it got integrated into you, so you can release that. Disconnect from the frequency of that and fully experience or be fully in the experience of something totally new without any influence of that other frequency. Because whatever wants to be offered to you right now, this energy that's surrounding you, that you have the potential to experience, Leo, it is like, it's abundant beyond belief. It's abundant beyond belief. The universe is literally like, tap, tap, hey, allow yourself to receive fulfillment. 10 of Cups, receive ultimate fulfillment. Venus, the planet of fulfillment, of love, of value, of that totally vibrant present, enriched experience. The life that is like so juicy that it's, you keep taking bites of it and it's just dripping down your chin. It's like the fully immersive experience of deep fulfillment. And this is something you haven't experienced in the past. It's a new level of joy, of bliss, of just being in love with yourself and the life that surrounds you. Okay, so what's up with this? Knight of Cups in reverse, charm, and outside of yourself is a huge sexy world. Okay, I'm channeling this. It's a song by Alanis Morissette. Is it called Unsexy? She says, like, I can be so, hold on, let me look at the lyrics for that. Okay, it's called So Unsexy, and it's by Alanis Morissette on her Under Rug Swept album. And she says, I can feel so unsexy for someone so beautiful, so unloved for someone so fine. I can feel so boring for someone so interesting, so ignorant for someone of sound mind. Okay, so I can feel so unsexy for someone so beautiful. I feel like that's kind of the vibe that you're giving. You know, you're like, realistically, I mean, Leo, you're ruled by the heart. If anyone knows how to be charming, just authentic from the heart and just so good feeling that you're hard to say no to, you know, this is a big part of who you are, and it's childlike, it's pure, but it also is really attractive. And you know that when you embody this, you just draw so much more to you. When you shine your light brightly, you draw so much of that to you as well. But there's something that just made you feel so unsexy, so uncharming, so not yourself for someone so beautiful. When really you know that this is who you are. It's almost as though allowing yourself to be constantly reminded of something you experienced that didn't make you feel that way, almost made you forget a little bit, or stop believing that the world can be that way. Yeah, it's kind of a jadedness here a little bit, or just maybe you were in a period, a heavy period of loss or mourning, or grief for an extended period of time, where you got a little numb almost. If it's not jaded, then it's like a numbness, or again, it's like a desensitization, or it's like you forget what something's like because you haven't experienced it for so long. You forget the taste of chocolate because you don't eat it for a decade, you know? I don't really want to like go too much into your energy because I don't feel like you're meant to focus on that vibe for much longer. I feel like you're ready to break out of that. But your challenger lesson is the 9 of Swords, anxiety in reverse. And then the advice is the 3 of Coins, collaboration. There's something that you can open yourself up to. It could be friends, it could be a community, it could be family, it could be a loved one, it could be a work group or team or environment. There's something here that wants to collaborate with you, and it's going to amplify. It's not going to take away from you. I feel like you're going to shine your light on it and it's going to flourish and give back to you in a substantial way. It's going to make your life more beautiful is what I'm seeing, whatever this collaboration is. It's going to remind you and maybe even reinstill some of your faith in the beauty and the goodness of life and humanity. And just, this could even be something like, sorry, I just spilled some water and it got on one of my decks. I'm just cleaning that up if you're wondering what I'm doing down here. This could even be something like you, like things collectively or just globally right now are a little bit disturbing, right? A little heavy, a little intense. I mean, obviously there's still beauty and good things going on in the world, but there are some pretty heavy, terrible things as well that are happening that are being highlighted right now. And it's hard to escape focusing on those things, because if you have a heart, then you are disturbed by it. You know, you are angry about it. The injustice in the world. But you can simultaneously be aware of that and angry about it and working to give in whatever way you feel like you are able to make things better, no matter what that looks like for you. I feel like we all hold the power to do something, even if it seems small and insignificant, to make this place better than, like, to leave this place better than it was, right? To improve the world, to make someone's day better, to relieve pain or suffering in some way. Even if that's just by embodying and radiating a higher vibrational energy. Like, energy affects energy. That's doing something. That's an offering. So be conscious of the energy that you're focusing on and amplifying, because for the sign that rules the heart, you have the power to do more than you always think you do, you know? The heart is powerful, and it's also a muscle. The more you flex it, especially as the rulers of the heart, the more powerful it gets. The more you love, the more you learn how to love. It's one of those things that it doesn't run out. People are scared and neurotic about it sometimes, and they have their reasons because they've been hurt. But love is something that only ever gains speed. The more of it you give, it just amplifies, you know? It's nothing bad ever comes from the Ace of Cups. It creates life. So Nine of Swords, anxiety in reverse, though. It's like, focus on what you can create and bring into the world. And if collaborating with another influence or source outside of you helps you tap into that energy of gratitude and love, then open yourself up to that. Don't isolate yourself off from that and forget that that exists in the world. It's more important now than ever to remember that that exists in the world, because it can get really easy to lose track of that, to lose sight of that, and to lose hope when there's a lot of dark things being highlighted or amplified or thrown in your face every day by social media or just the media, you know? So just be aware of that. Some of you might want to edit your following lists on social media, and ask yourself, what is the energy that this source is bringing into my life or amplifying in my life? And some of you might want to take a break from social media or consume, it's like the kind of noise, I was going to say news, but noise or information that you are taking in. Something about that is important, because I feel like it is, what you choose to look at is either going to amplify your feelings of anxiety and disbelief that there is a big, beautiful world still available to you, or it's going to It's either going to support that or take away from that belief. I feel like you're learning how to hold two truths at once. You're learning how to both, like, this feels really deep actually. I feel like you're learning how to hold space for like the sorrow and the pain of the world, and also the beauty, the joy, the love. It's like coming through kind of as the full spectrum of the human experience. And it is a choice. It's ultimately something you choose. You know, you can be aware of the bad stuff that's always going to be there, but you can also celebrate the good. You don't have to let it consume you and snuff that other part out. The light and the shadow and everything between is all God. God is everything. So there's a purpose for it all. Let me just get one more card on this Three of Pentacles for your advice. The more you separate yourself or isolate yourself, or the more that you put yourself in like an echo chamber, so whether that is through isolating yourself and then you only hear yourself, nobody is there to say that opinion's kind of skewed, or like maybe you're not seeing your own self-worth, or maybe you're not seeing the truth about something. We can put ourselves in these like echo chambers where we're either totally isolated or we only surround ourselves with people that have the same views as us. But there's something about like collaborating with something that will bring a new perspective into your life that you weren't getting. It's like we know what light is because we are able to contrast it with darkness, but without the duality, we don't have as deep of an awareness or an appreciation for something. So whatever you're being called to collaborate with, and whether that is, again, just what you take in or expose yourself to energetically, have healthy boundaries with what you know is not serving you, but also I feel like be open to things that provide that contrast, if that makes sense. Because for some reason that is like, it's gonna open your heart. It's the Lovers. And this makes sense to me because this is Gemini energy. I have a Gemini moon and Chiron in the 8th house. So it's like, this is coming through as Scorpio, Gemini connected energy. So maybe you have those in your chart too. But it's like, again, through knowing the light or through knowing the shadow, you go to the deepest spot. It's almost like Persephone spending half her time with Hades and then coming back up. I'm sure she probably appreciated the half of the time that she spent on the upper side of things, right? More through having had the experience of the other side as well. And it's one of those things where if you don't know, then you just don't know. But that depth of experience is going to add a lot to your life here. Okay. All right. We're going to Virgo. I hope that made sense. It felt specific and kind of deep, but yeah. Some of you guys too, you're learning how to hold more space, and like I said, for some of the heavier stuff in the world, the pain and suffering, it's like you're learning how to extend love even to those darker, heavier places, which is very powerful because those places need love. They need someone to bring light to them. Yeah. You're holding space for some of the heavier or darker, but for the ultimate purpose of being able to offer some sort of healing or lightness to it. It's like, as you're the ruler of the heart, that means that you rule over and experience everything that the heart contains. And the heart contains sorrow, and it contains euphoria, right? It contains the full span. So you're stepping into a deeper sort of awareness and empowerment over all of that. Okay. Virgo. You know, your reading was long. Okay, Virgo. Shauna. Hi, baby. Yeah, I know. I started late and I was like, I don't care. I'm feeling the vibe. I have energy. I have the energies now. And I gotta go with when I am energized and inspired, because she sure fluctuates. It's like truly having to ride the waves of this Pisces energy and go with the flow. Perfect timing. It's funny because I almost talked myself out of going live. Fun fact about me, I'm actually like very, like, it's not that I hate the spotlight, but I definitely get very nervous and I don't love being the center of attention. Anyways, like live streaming makes me low-key anxious, and I always get nervous before I go live every single fucking time. It's like I feel that feeling, and I used to be in dance and like competitively, and it's the same feeling you get like right before you start performing or doing something. Not that I'm performing, but it's like nerves, and I almost talked myself out of it. I was like, no. I forced myself. Especially though when I have taken a little bit of a break or not streamed in a while, I always feel like kind of awkward and nervous. What's up, Matt? Okay. What's going on for Virgo? Adrenaline, yeah. Little butterflies. Little butterflies. Okay. I don't know why, but I feel like pulling your oracle card before your tarot card, so what is the situation that Virgo is currently dealing with or engaging with? Tell me. The pink band-aid. I know, I burned myself the other day on my curling iron. But then my mom had cool neon band-aids, and I was like, fuck yeah. Turn this into an accessory. All right, let's Virgo. Okay. Okay. I'm hearing that Kesha song. TikTok. Okay, I'm cold. But that sweater was bothering me because it wasn't staying on me, so I'm gonna wear this instead. Okay. Sorry. Brief interlude as I awkwardly struggle to get this on. do 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 do. All right, we're back. Don't look at that because we don't support Zionists on this channel. Okay, so okay. I feel like messages are coming through already, so I'm just gonna timestamp this. 1. Hey, Virgo. Okay. So, I still have to pull your tarot cards, but they wanted me to pull the oracle card representing your current situation. So, I feel like we're meant to talk about this for a little bit while I pull the other cards. Wake up every morning and tell yourself you're a badass bitch from hell and that no one can fuck with you, and then don't let anybody fuck with you. And I'm channeling that song, by Kesha. I'm channeling that song TikTok, but I just remembered what the lyrics are. Doesn't she say, wake up every morning feeling like P. Diddy? Which is interesting because there's a lot going on with Diddy right now, as you may or may not know. Weird. Weird that I channeled that song. That's strange. But I channeled it because of this first line, wake up every morning. Then I just heard the song. Okay. We'll see if that ties in anyway. But you know what I'm actually getting from that? Okay. Yeah, that is part of the message. Diddy means Pope. Unimpressed face. Okay, what I'm getting from that actually is that you are meant to be incredibly self-assured at this time. Okay. So you know how, I don't know, one of the theories, people were sort of asking, like, why did he come back? Because now he's getting arrested and charged and all of this stuff, right? And some people were theorizing that he came back because he was assured and overconfident, and that if he showed up, that he would get off, or get off with a lesser sentence or something like that. Essentially, if he came back and cooperated. But there's this energy of like not being scared, as scared as you should be in a situation, like being overconfident. And obviously with him, it's in a bad way. But here with this card, it's the same vibe. It's like be overconfident, but like more in like a hype yourself up way. Wake up every morning, tell yourself that you are badass, that you are not fuckwithable, and then go out and be that thing. You know, it's almost like convince yourself of your reality. And then it's almost giving like Delulu is for you right now energy surrounding something. So let me just see what comes out. No. Yeah, the King of Pentacles. There's something that you're meant to like win at right now, but you need to know that you're a boss. You need to know that you're big dick energy right now, Virgo, and you need to not doubt yourself. Now is not the time. Uh-oh. Yeah, okay, I see why this is the message that's coming through. Why? What are you doing? Spirit is literally so funny sometimes. Oh my God. Okay. This message is loud. It's loud in a way that I feel like Spirit knows how every energy and sign needs to be spoken to really like get through to them, which is why I find this quite amusing, the way that your message is coming through. But the way you're experiencing your current situation is the Six of Swords in reverse. Okay. So that is like not allowing yourself to think outside of the box, not allowing it's almost like being very rigid in the way that you're thinking about something in a way that's not serving you or allowing for something very abundant to come towards you. And I feel like this, for most of you, is it's your perspective on yourself. It's how you view and see yourself. There's almost something coming in that requires you to kind of fake it till you make it. It's not really that energy. It's more like something that you can't really prepare yourself for. You just need to step into it and know that you can handle it if you just take it one step at a time. And then before you know, you have grown into that role. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of coming through as like, no one is ever ready to be a parent necessarily, but like, you learn, right? There might be something you can't see yourself being or doing, and this could be even if it's something that you really want. You're having a difficult time seeing yourself as that person, and right now is a time to hype yourself up. And I feel like there could also be someone in your life specific that is helping support you, or just the universe is wanting to support you, your guides, your ancestors. Okay? They want you to be open to seeing something a different way. Okay. Yeah, there's something here about you selling yourself short a little bit. It's like you're not dreaming big enough. You're not thinking big enough yet. This is one rare case where I feel like I am advising you to like pump yourself up, you know? Pump yourself up. Blow smoke up your own ass, Virgo. Because where's the lie, you know? You don't want to do that all the time because then you become arrogant, but it's okay to recognize and remind yourself of all the ways that you are a capable badass bitch, and all the ways that you are worthy inherently. Okay? And now is one of those times. Okay, the challenge or lesson for you is the 9 of Pentacles in reverse, and your advice is judgment. Casual judgment. It's Plutonian energy. Yeah. Okay, there's a cycle ending here. The universe is like coming in loudly, like I said before. Something is closing out, and it's just a chapter that you've outgrown. You bring a different energy, a different caliber of energy now to your existence and your experiences than you were able to before. And it's almost coming through as like you've shifted and grown and evolved, but maybe over time, maybe slowly, maybe through challenges that wore you down a little bit or grated on you. So you're not seeing or perceiving yourself as the person that you've evolved into. I think you just need to kind of take a second to poke your head out from, and see, or zoom out and look at how far you've come, how much you've achieved, and just who you are. Because the challenge being the 9 of Pentacles in reverse, it's like you're not seeing your worth, and the universe is telling you, but you're that bitch. And there's something that's quite abundant here for you. You're ready to experience this, but it is kind of hinging on your ability to comprehend that it is even possible and for you and available to you. And you're a lot closer to this fulfillment, expansion, abundant energy than you know, I think. I'm getting very much like it's time. And the more you kind of open your mind, I think you're meant to focus on just simply opening your mind, because what's going to reveal itself to you the more that you just allow yourself to consider what is outside of what you have been considering, you're going to see this confidence or this confident energy, this assuredness, because it is the truth of your current reality, what you've grown into. It's going to come in and it's going to reveal itself to you. So it's almost like you just need to open your mind to make space for the truth of the reality that you are now in. You have made this shift. You either just haven't totally processed like the closure of this old paradigm or old cycle, or you have not made the final judgment call that yes, that is over. I have completed that. I am not the person that I was in the past. You may just be still relating to old experiences where you experienced like lack or loss or failure, rejection, something like that. Here you are though, with the devil in reverse. You've broken away from whatever that was. It doesn't oppress you anymore. You've shed a lot more light on the person that you truly are, again, innately. But it's like you've integrated little bits of this knowledge along the way, like on a journey. And it's almost like going on a physical journey or trip. You are experiencing everything from day to day. You're very present in the moment, but you don't really like process the full experience of the trip and how it shifted you or impacted you until you get home and you kind of see the overview of what you experienced. Do you know what I mean? This is the same, but it's an internal journey that you've been on. That's what I feel for you. Tell me about this Nine of Pentacles in reverse a little bit more. Seven of Cups in reverse, 10 of Swords in reverse. Damn. There's something that fucked with you in the past. That you used to be afraid of. And I think it's because it was a blind spot for you, or an area of confusion, like a gray area, that led ultimately to something that hurt you quite a bit. Some sort of, I don't know, deception, betrayal, even if this was you deceiving or betraying yourself ultimately. There's something here you experienced, but you're out of that now. Like you've learned the lesson, or your sight or your vision has been expanded or strengthened. What was a blind spot isn't anymore because you had that experience. So now you're aware of it. And so for that reason, you don't really need to be afraid of the past repeating itself. You don't have to be afraid of the same things here. I feel like maybe it is fear that is kind of holding you back from seeing yourself as this confident, totally capable, badass person. So once you release that, you'll open your mind, and more of the reality of just more and more of what is true in the now will seep in. I feel like you'll be able to really integrate your new reality that you're standing in. It's really interesting how this energy is coming through. It's almost like you're creating your own blind spot a little bit. You're not seeing the full truth of where you're at now, because a part of you is still relating to something from the past. So that's interesting. You're growing out of that though. All right. Let's move on to Libra. Libra. Let's see. There you are. All right. I guess that's the deck that wants to be used for you. Okay. Libra. What's going on for Libra? What would it benefit Libra to know about you? On every split, as I'm shuffling, I'm seeing all major arcanas. Literally every time so far. So I feel like there's something that you are stepping up into. Something you're stepping up into. Yeah. You're ready for something new, or something is available to you that maybe wasn't before. It's big energy though. Okay. Okay. 6 Pentacles. What's this? Okay. What's up, Libra? Okay. It's interesting because it's 12:34 right now, and I went to do your timestamp and I looked at the clock instead of like the time of on the live, but that was for a reason, obviously, because when I looked at it, it was at 1, 2, 3, 4. So something is moving forwards pretty like seamlessly and maybe quite rapidly at this time, and that is because it is in divine accordance or calibration. You're calibrated with what is for you. So you're flowing towards it. Okay. Okay. That card wanted to be there, but we're going to start over here. I'm cramping. My leg is cramping. Okay, so your current situation or circumstances is coming through as the Knight of Swords. That's your energy. I feel like you're gaining a lot of clarity at this time. Maybe like as things kind of seamlessly flow, it's almost like puzzle pieces falling into place. You're gaining more perspective and things are just making more sense, or you feel like you have answers to things as your current circumstances progress and unfold that you didn't have before. Okay. Queen of Pentacles in reverse. I think you're seeing where you held yourself back through maybe not seeing your own worth completely. I'm trying to move closer. It's getting kind of late and I don't want to be loud, but I still want you to be able to hear me. I am seeing the Queen of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords both as being you. It's like you're being shown yourself in a way. Almost like you're being made aware of a part of yourself that you are ready to strengthen or evolve or grow out of. Something that's just not adding to your current experience in a positive way anymore. Because your current energy or experience is the Five of Pentacles in reverse. Something is opening up to you or becoming abundant in an area where you have felt lack or you felt out in the cold, and now someone or something is opening the door. You're aware of this, but I feel like you're doing it for yourself. The universe is definitely supporting you, but the universe can also only support and assist us as much as we will ultimately allow or be open to, or like it's going to meet you where you're at, right? So when you're ready to bring honest awareness to the parts of yourself that you're ready to know better so you can do better, or so that you can be more, then the universe is going to meet you there and support that, because they want you to grow and be the best version, the most evolved version of yourself, the most abundant version. So I feel like you and Source, or you and the universe, are working together to co-create a more abundant reality for yourself at this time, and you're very ready for it. The World in reverse. You're still experiencing this cycle as like things are still falling into place. Once all the pieces have fallen into place, you'll see the full picture, and then you'll be able to close out the cycle, because you'll have the full vision, the full perspective, the full understanding. But you're aware something abundant is opening up to you, that you're being let into or guided towards something that is going to be really good. But you're also aware that you're still in the process of fully understanding, gaining the understanding that's going to let you fully open this door for yourself. So the greatest challenge or lesson at this time is the Lovers. So this is Gemini energy. And then your advice is the Nine of Pentacles. It's interesting because the Nine of Pentacles came out with this oracle card initially. Don't be afraid of the solitude that comes with raising your standards. And the Nine of Pentacles is very much a card of independent assuredness, not being defensive or shut down to partnership or intimacy or connection, but just also knowing, like, no matter what, I'm good, because I'm good with myself, and I know that I am capable and abundant within myself. But then the Six of Pentacles came out and fell on top of that, which is a card of reciprocity and giving, and it's give and take, balanced, healthy give and take. So even though in your advice what's being highlighted, or part of what's being highlighted, is being good with yourself, taking care of yourself, nurturing and understanding and valuing yourself, and being very comfortable and at home and fulfilled within you, and not being afraid of being alone. You're still being advised to give to something here. I almost feel like the growth of either a new abundant opportunity or a relationship. This is a love relationship for some of you. It's almost growing in tandem alongside your personal growth, which is why it's very important to focus on nurturing yourself and your own journey of personal development. Because it's almost saying, like, this is the greatest challenge, and this is two different things. It's you integrating the full beauty and scope of yourself, but then it's also, you're doing that, you're becoming intimate with all of yourself so that you can ultimately become truly intimate with somebody else, right? So again, it's like you're being advised to do the work for yourself or on yourself here, of integrating, acknowledging, accepting, loving all of you. And then alongside that, something else is growing that I see you giving to, and it's giving back to you. But this is an energy where there's something about you maintaining your own individual spark, your own individual, it's like being sovereign and proud of and honoring your own independent energy. Like, don't lose that. Continue to invest in that so that the new thing that you're bringing in is tempered, right? So again, it's in a way, this in your advice also is like, give to yourself so that you can give to the other as well, because they're very connected. Care for yourself so that you have something to give to someone else as well. This experience staying harmonious and unified and tempered and balanced is definitely directly contingent upon you offering yourself just as much like grace, love, understanding, all of these things as you are to somebody else. That is what is creating ultimate balance in something that you're coming together with, I feel like. That's why it's your advice. Okay? But this is something that's coming together in the physical realm. There's a lot of pentacles here. The Queen, the 5, the 9, the 6, the 7. There's a lot of pentacles. This is something that's manifesting or forming, and you do feel this, like you're aware that this abundant thing is coming to you. You're still in that phase of transition and integration, but it's coming. Okay, so keep investing, but don't be tempted to invest only in this thing that you feel coming towards you. Continue investing into yourself as well, I feel like is what the main message is here. Tell me more about this Lovers as the challenge or lesson for Libra. I want to clear the rest of the cards. There's something that's important about this. Specific energy. Lovers. The Knight of Swords and the 6 of Pentacles. The decision to give to yourself, to see and love yourself unconditionally, is going to make things very clear for you. You won't have any hesitation or doubt surrounding like what you are meant to also invest in outside of you. Because you'll be giving to yourself And you'll feel so good in that state that you will be able to more easily discern anything that takes you out of that state or muddies that state, or just anything that's not a match to that. You'll know what to let your guard down to and what to have healthy boundaries towards. And this is, again, I feel like specifically for a lot of you in regards to the heart. So there might be something that you kind of want to open your heart to. And some of you are doubting a little bit. Yeah, you're not sure if you're completely, there's like a seed of doubt, and you're not sure if you're being deceived, and it has you, you're open to this thing, but you're not completely vulnerable to it yet. So what they're saying is, the more that you pour into yourself and become intimate and vulnerable with yourself, the more clearly you're going to see what is truly safe for you to open up to in the same way that's outside of you. Okay? Okay. Your message was pretty clear, Libra. All right, we're moving on to Scorpio. Scorpio. Let's see. Luna's so cute. I just love her, you know? Let's see. My sexy little stingers, where you at? Where's my Scorpio family? All right. Let's see. What does Scorpio need to know? My stomach keeps grumbling. It makes no sense because I've eaten and I'm not hungry. So maybe it's just having a difficult time processing something. And I feel like that's part of your message too, because the Four of Swords in reverse and the Ten of Swords. It's like something's a hard pill to swallow. It's causing you maybe some disquiet of the mind, but I feel like it's necessary to look at because you are meant to digest whatever this is. It can't just sit inside of you like not digested. Like, to work through whatever this is and then release it is the natural process and what is meant to happen, but it still doesn't feel super easy for you. What's up, Luna? You knew. Scorpio always knows. Okay. What? Yeah, see, here we are. There's the king of water, the King of Cups. For me, that's Scorpio. It can be any of the water signs, but I usually put the fixed embodiment in the King's archetype. Let's see. Most naturally, anyway. Okay, what's going on for Scorpio? Okay. No, it's too many, and why did they fly so far away? Okay, that's too many. One more. There you are again. Okay, let's get your oracle card and get into this. Is Venus in Scorpio yet? If it's not, then it's about to move into Scorpio. And this is, I'm saying that because you have the Empress card, which is Venus energy. It's in reverse in your challenge or lesson. So we'll see about that. But Venusian energy is actually an energy that is very available to you at this time. Yeah. Doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. I see what's happening here. Okay. You are projecting down onto something, Scorpio. What are you doing? Okay. Damn. That is intense. Okay. Let me see here. Scorps. Timestamp. All right. Hi, Scorpio. Don't know why I'm so awkward with you. Because you guys are the cool kids. And even though I have all the Scorpio energy, I'm still sometimes like... Okay, so... What is this? I see that you are almost... See, even that is a message. You might be doubting yourself, even though you know that you hold a certain energy, or you know that you can play with the cool kids. You know that you belong somewhere big or great, but something about being confronted with that opportunity might be, it's like your power is intimidating you. This happens sometimes to us. Okay, we're gonna talk about this. So your present circumstances or situation is the Four of Wands. Venus in Aries. Where's my Venus in Aries gang? Yeah. Okay. And then your experience of this is the Three of Pentacles, Mars in Capricorn. Where's my Mars in Capricorn gang? All right. These are all my placements, so... You're ready for something. You are definitely ready for something. I heard like that you've been preparing for your entire life, or like you've been training for this symbolically through experiences your whole life. This is definitely Scorpionic energy, because a lot of the time Scorpios, part of our life path is struggle, right? And it's so that we can build resilience, and so that we can see the power that we hold within us to withstand, to go through really anything. Even if something reduces us to fucking ash, we still rise up out of that bitch and become something concrete and new and powerful, even more powerful again, as the phoenix, right? Even after we are resorted to ash, to nothing, even if an experience demolishes us, we come back from that bitch. We are the cockroaches of the zodiac, but in a sexy way, you know? The thing is, though, like, I think sometimes it can feel so heavy or so deep or dark that we start wondering if we're actually going to be able to rise out of this one, you know? Even if we always have, there are still things that make a Scorpio doubt themselves. And ultimately, I feel like that doubt or the denial or mistrust of our power and our capacity to overcome is really the only thing that can actually ultimately stand in our way as Scorpios. I really feel that this is pretty much the case for every human being, but for Scorpios especially, this is a theme. You are pretty much the only fucking thing that can stand in your own way, you know? And it is that sometimes you are the sign of power. Pluto is power, is control. And sometimes you get intimidated by the bigness of that, you know? But there's something that is like beautiful in kind of a wild way that is very suited to you. It shares this Martian energy, Venus in Aries. Aries and you share that co-ruler, that Martian energy. And then you also have Mars in Capricorn again. There's something about this Mars energy, something being offered to you or something that you are being beckoned to at this time. It is like 100% on trend, on point, Scorpio coded. It is for you, and it is very well suited to you from like a very deep and high perspective. This is something that is in alignment with your soul, and I heard is sexy to your soul. It's like this is something that the very core of you is attracted to. And I think it's because it holds this like passionate kind of energy. It's coming through kind of as an infusion of wild, passionate beauty in your life. But I see you approaching it from okay. How do I say this? I see you trying to apply structure to this thing. Maybe because the wildness or unpredictability, perceived unpredictability of it does intimidate you a little bit. It's like you're trying to put it in a box, kind of. You want to build it. You want to accept it. But with the Three of Pentacles, Mars in Capricorn, it's like you're trying to like kind of contain it or like figure out how you can hold it, you know? It's almost kind of like I almost feel like the way that you hold this is by not holding it, Scorpio. This is something that the current Piscean energy wants to show you. It wants to teach you. Some things, the only way that you are a conduit or a container for them is just by letting them flow through you. You don't hold them. You don't build a structure around them. They're too great for that. They are beyond that, you know. There is a big, vast wildness about this energy, and it's not meant to be contained or held. It's something that will flow through you. You are the conduit for this. The way to hold it is by not holding it. It feels very powerful though, for real. It's almost like your power and strength is an entity of its own. And while it is in intimate connection and union with you, and it wants to create and collaborate and cooperate even with you. It is not something that is meant to like serve you, as in you command it or you hold space for and honor this. You don't dictate it. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Okay. So the greatest challenge or lesson at this time is the Empress in reverse, that Venusian energy. But it's interesting because the oracle cards that came out to clarify that, the first one that came out is this card, which makes sense now because it's that Pisces energy that wants to influence or teach you. See the two fish. This could have something to do with you really tuning into or integrating or empowering your feminine energy, although I feel like it's more than just that. But the feminine is darkness, magic, the unknown, intuition, what is unknown and unknowable, but that's what makes it beautiful. That's what makes it deep and powerful. Again, it's not something you can fully know or dictate. It's just something that you can hold space for and allow to work through you or manifest through you. You have to trust it. There's an element of trust that is very important here. I feel like this is a divine part of you that is reaching out to work with you in an intimate way. But then these cards came out. The doubt kills more dreams than failure ever will. And then also there is this one that came out, which is observation, denial, mistrust, reclaim, and low vibration. I feel like you are witnessing this power or the goodness in something in your life right now, but you are somewhat denying it. Even while you're seeing it, you're observing it directly, there's a part of you that is still doubting or mistrusting it. And this is the part that you're needing to overcome in order to open up space to really claim this. You know, Scorpio is one of the few signs. I feel like Gemini is also like this. And Aquarius, maybe, but there are a couple signs that are just so smart that it's like you're too smart to choose to be this dumb. You know what I mean? Like the only time that you don't see something is when you choose not to see something very specifically, or you choose to be in denial of what you're directly observing. Because you do see it, ultimately. But it's like you're scared to trust what you see in this case, maybe, for some reason. Again, I feel like it ties back to the fact that it's so powerful and uncontrollable that you're a little bit scared of it. But you also really want it and know that it's for you. It's kind of like Joan of Arc, like, it's like when your destiny is so big, right? That it could very well fucking scare the shit out of you to the point that you don't even pursue it. But what did she say? Like, I'm not afraid. I was born to do this. This is my path. This is my power. This is my legacy. And because I know me, I know that I don't need to be afraid of my own destiny, you know? It's okay to have a healthy, like, fearful respect, you know, in ya for it. Not fear, but respect for it. But don't let that deter you from actually embodying it or engaging with it, you know? The Eight of Wands in reverse is your advice. Let's see. reverse, and the Three of Wands. Luna. The Ace of Swords in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles. There is an opportunity that is being offered to you, and it is for you, but you do not trust it for some reason. This is so Scorpio, and I get it, because I get it. I am you. But there's something that you are observing being like handed to you on a silver platter by the universe, and it's like all signs point to yes with this thing. Yes, and you're directly observing it, but you're still like side-eyeing it, you know? You're like, is this too good to be true though? Just take it slow. Don't stall it. It's like, again, you can't really control it. So even if you wanted to stall it, you wouldn't be able to, I feel like, but you can regulate yourself. And by extension, then you're regulating your experience of this. It's like you can choose to acclimatize yourself to something, or you can choose to go outside on the first day in 100-degree weather and burn your fucking ass off, you know? Because that's what this is giving. This is giving, you know, you can either build the base of the tan and then, you know, experience it more comfortably, or you can experience 3rd-degree burns because you just, you know, you just went all, you just went all in. We can be very all or nothing. And that's because we're so passionate, you know, it's not a bad thing. But I think that it's going to feel kind of reckless and chaotic to you if you just fling yourself into this. Because truthfully, there is a part of you that's struggling to trust this completely. And we got trust issues, Scorps. We got them, you know. We just do. That's just our life, you know. But you can evolve out of that, but it's a process. So give yourself like the space-time understanding and acceptance and grace to observe the part of you that is like, can I believe it though? And slowly phase into the trust, because then it's not gonna feel like a risky, ungrounded decision that you're making from a place of intense passion, or just like going from not trusting to just forcing yourself to be all in really fast and move at the speed of light, as to bypass that fear, you know. I feel like that's just going to cause more chaotic, kind of violent energy. And you have both Mars and Venus here, but I feel like your Venusian energy is kind of what wants to be amplified at this time, because this is your greatest challenge. It's the Venus energy, and it's here in reverse, and then your advice is the Mars energy in reverse. So it's like a little less of this. I know this is 90% of our experience in life as Scorpios, and we can handle it, you know. Hey, sometimes it even turns us on, let's be honest. However, soft life era, I present to you something softer. And that doesn't mean that there's not going to be just as much passion, attraction, inspiration, like all of that edgy, beautiful, deep, fiery stuff that you like, all that intense shit, that can still be present, but it doesn't have to feel so violent. Okay? Yeah. Okay. That's what I see for you, Scorpio. All right, we're moving on to Sag. I like it though. I like it a lot. Let's see. Didn't want to do great work. Yeah. Ooh, that sounds badass. Yes. Scorpio in their full strength and power while still being vulnerable and open to the universe's influence for their highest and best good. The world will not even know what to do with such power. But seriously, I feel like a lot of you from that reading anyways, you've done the work, you've struggled, you know? And now you're ready for something good. You're ready for more power. It's like you have learned the lessons and now you have the responsibility to step into that role. But again, it's more like the role of holding space for that kind of power and respect for it and allowing it to work through you. Through being open and through being a clear conduit. It's more that than it is seeking control and like trying to dictate it. Okay. Okay, Sagittarius. All right. Let's see. What's up for Sag? I feel like I actually want to cleanse a tiny bit. Not because the energy is bad, just because there's a shitload of energy. And I want to clear out anything excess that is just not necessary. Because there's a lot. Good, I'm glad it helped. I am glad. I'm gonna have to rewatch this because I don't remember the things that I'm saying, but I'm sure that they are messages for me as well. Let me see, where did I put that lighter? Google. Okay, there we go. Oh, that sounds so nice. Sage, frankincense, myrrh, and sandalwood. Oh my god. I bet it smelled friggin' heavenly. That sounds so nice. Okay. Let me just cleanse out. There's a little cedar wood oil to ground the energy a bit. Okay, Sag. Oh my gosh, it smells so good. Okay, what does Sag need to know? Okay. Not staying up. Tell me about this too. It goes well. Okay. Okay, Sag, what's up here? Hey, Sag. Okay. So, what's going on for you? In your present circumstances is the High Priestess. So it's something that is either, I'm feeling like this is deep, it's like coming through as deep esoteric knowledge or spiritual knowledge or something that is a higher knowing, something that was previously a mystery to you or unknown to you, but it's of like, it's quite deep. It's like wisdom, not just information. Something that is being revealed to you. Your intuition could be heightened at this time as well. Maybe you're experiencing even like psychic things. There you are, Temperance. Okay. I feel like there's something you feel very drawn to, and you feel that it is in alignment with you, empowering to you, supportive of you. It's something that's auspicious. Essentially, intuitively, I feel you know that something is for you at this time, and you're right about that. Oh, God. Okay, so then your experience of this is the Ten of Pentacles. And it came out with this Oracle card. Any person capable of angering you becomes your master. He can anger you only when you permit yourself to be disturbed by him. So this is talking about how ultimately you have control over who you give your power away to. Something or someone can only affect you if you allow yourself to be affected. I'm almost feeling like you're letting someone kill your vibe, or yeah, that's what it feels like. It feels like you know something is for you, you know you're in your power, you know something is going to lead to an abundant outcome, but at the same time you're letting someone who maybe knows nothing to get under your skin, and it's taking away from your overall experience. I feel like, yeah, because the challenge is the Four of Cups. It's like allowing yourself to be disappointed or bummed out about something. And your advice is the King of Cups. There's something that you're not meant to allow it to get to you. But that's going to require some sort of emotional evolution or maturing, or a deepened even emotional intelligence on your behalf, in order for you to maybe like recognize when you are being affected by something in an emotional way, and then be sovereign over that energy, essentially not allow it to affect you in a negative way. Page of Cups in reverse. This could be someone who is very emotionally immature themselves, or just doesn't have a deep emotional understanding. And I feel like whatever they're saying or however they are influencing you, like they don't actually know what they're talking about, or what they are projecting at you is not true. So this is like if you know that someone is judging you as like a failure, but they just don't understand the path that you're on, and you know that it's abundant, but you're still letting someone get to you. That would be like an example. But you have the capacity of the King of Cups, and they're the Page of Cups in reverse. You're also you have access to your power and your ultimate, like, intuitive knowing, spiritual understanding. And again, it's higher understanding, so it's going to go right over this person's head. So just because they don't see it or understand it that does not take away from its validity. So I feel like don't give this person, long story short, I feel like it's saying don't consider this person as much as you are, maybe. Don't give them as much power as you are. Okay. What's this Four of Cups in the challenge? Like, what is it specifically? This could be a sibling. It could be a younger sibling or an immature parent. For some reason, I'm getting family from this. And that would make sense because family has a way of kind of like, you know, like striking that kind of really, like hitting that chord, hitting that vulnerable spot, because they know you better than anybody else does, and they have deeper access to you than most people. So I feel like this is something, there's a lesson in trusting what you know while simultaneously not needing someone else to understand or be on the same page. Some people won't understand your vision, your path to abundance, your particular way of existing in this world. They'll look at you and be like, that makes no sense to me. And that's okay, because it's not their path. It's not their life. So there's something here about you overcoming that through just being mature enough emotionally and intelligent enough emotionally to be at peace with yourself, even if no one else gets it. You know that you are in alignment with your power and what is meant for you, and that's all that matters. So don't be in the Ten of Pentacles energy and allow someone who doesn't know what they're talking about to like sour the taste of that for you, is what I want to say. The Chariot in reverse. This could be someone even that you feel like you have had a strong connection with in the past. So if it was a sibling or something, you have a special tie to this person, even if they're not family. But this is something that like you don't see eye to eye on, or they don't understand. And I think that's why it's kind of frustrating to you. It's someone that you've been in sync with in the past, but they just don't have the depth of wisdom or knowledge or understanding, like comprehension that you have. They might gain it down the road on their own path of self-development, but they aren't there yet. But don't let their lack of being there hold you back, is what I'm getting. Okay. I feel like this is someone who their approval or understanding means a lot to you. More about this King of Cups. Ace of Swords in reverse. Four of Swords in reverse. Yeah. This is a classic case of what this is coming through as is because you love and care for and you do consider this other person, that is creating almost like an opening for their, like the energy that they are projecting at you, whether they mean to or not, to kind of infiltrate you to some degree. And the energy that they're projecting at you is an energy of doubt, disbelief, just again, not being able to comprehend what you can see. And it's creating like a disquiet in your mind that is blotting out the truth, or it's making you second guess yourself, and it's just not necessary. You know what I mean? You don't have to be rude about this at all, but something about a healthy boundary needs to be drawn here, specifically you being able to maybe separate your feelings and from like not taking this personally. It's literally, I feel like, just coming down to something that they either haven't matured enough to understand, they haven't integrated this wisdom, or they need to have an experience later down in their life that then they'll like maybe come to understand this, or maybe they won't even in this life. But there's something you're manifesting, and I feel like you're speaking it into existence. You are acting it into existence through just living in accordance with the frequency of it or the vibration of it. And it is coming to you. You're not crazy. So don't like start doubting or gaslighting yourself and what you know to be true just because somebody else can't comprehend. They just don't know what they don't know yet, you know? And it's one of those things where it's not really anyone's fault. It's just something you need to kind of be aware of, because it is impacting you in some way, and it's not going to take away the experience. Like, it's not going to take away the opportunity, but it just might take away from your experience of the opportunity, you know, by again like kind of raining on your parade a little bit. If you let it, again, if you let it, if you permit it to disturb you, right? So there's something that is very much about self-mastery here in this particular experience for you, and learning how to maintain that sovereignty while not like becoming hardened or shut down to someone that you do care about, but still being able to like differentiate, like, okay, that doubt is yours, and I don't need to take it on or let it influence me. I can still love and respect you while still fully trusting and honoring myself. It's kind of what this is coming through as. Okay. You're in the energy though, and you're fully aware and on point with the energy that you're in. It's just literally this little seed of doubt that I feel like is seeping in through somebody else's lack of vision, maybe. But again, they're not meant to have the same vision as you. They're not meant to bring this thing into being. You are. So you're the one who needs to understand and have faith in it. Okay. So it's one of those things you kind of just have to really trust yourself and not allow anything to stand in your way. Okay. We're moving on to Capricorn. I'm looking for my cherry lip gloss. Or cherry stuff. Cappies, where you at? All right. Capricorn. Okay. Use this deck for you. What does Capricorn need to know about the current or present circumstances? The lesson that they're learning. What's the best advice for them at this time? All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay. That tracks. Let's see. What's up, Cap? How you doing, babes? All right, let's see what's going on here. So, your present circumstances or situation is coming through as the Nine of Swords in reverse, and then your experience of this or your engagement with it is the Hierophant in reverse. So this is Taurian energy. You also have Libra here. So you have both Venusian signs. And the Ten of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. There's something sweet, there's something good, there's something loving and abundant. It feels like that Venusian energy. It feels like being loved well. Everyone has a different love language and different needs, so that will look different for each of you, but this is something that you are meant to experience. I feel like that is very it fulfills you in a very personal way. Nine of Swords in reverse is the circumstances. It's something that's meant to be relatively simple. It's meant to be easy, I feel like. It's just good, no cap, pun intended. It's so simple that it doesn't really need to be complicated or even considered all that much. It's like you don't need to stress over something or overthink it. It just is good and for you. But this could be a change from what you've experienced in the past, and for some of you this is in regards to love. Yeah, see, the Knight of Cups and the Empress, there's that Venusian energy I was picking up. So there's something about how you're perceiving love. Something's meant to be easy, but because it feels easy, you might be suspicious of it or untrusting, or you're struggling to commit to something because you're in the energy of the Hierophant in reverse. It's like you're not seeing this necessarily as stable as it is. Tell me more about the Hierophant in reverse. Why is this how Capricorn is experiencing this? Eight of Wands in reverse. Something's either been halted, the Lovers in reverse. Either something's been halted or just is at a plateau, or there's only, it's like you can only move forwards with something to a certain degree, and that might be freaking you out. It's almost coming through as something that you're worried about, like the ins and outs of something a little bit. But this is something that is for you. It is calibrated. It's meant to be pretty seamless and non-stressful and non-complicated. And it's something that if you tap into it, I feel like you'll definitely feel that you can trust it. And it's something that you want to commit to. It doesn't feel like an obligation. But you're not. And I feel like it's because This could be like a love interest, that there's distance between the two of you. Something is either not moving at the speed you would like it to move at, or just not moving super fast for some sort of external reason. And I feel like this is making you hesitate on going all in or being fully committed to something, or taking it seriously, even though it is like, it is something big, it is something serious, it is something that's for you. But you can't like form a specific, again, it's kind of coming through as an energy of not being able to fully control or dictate this thing. And because it is so big, I think that freaks you out a little bit. Like there's an element that's out of your control here that might be preventing you from fully committing to something. It's like you don't have 100% assuredness of victory or success. And because this is something that actually means a lot to you, or could potentially be something that you've really been wanting for a long time, it's almost coming through as like scared to get your hopes fully up. But Spirit's like, don't worry, be happy. Like this thing is assured for you. You can get your hopes up. It's okay. I understand, though, why you might hesitate. Okay. The greatest lesson or challenge for you. So you got Sagittarius with the Two of Swords. Yeah. It's almost like the expansive nature of this has you indecisive about it. This card came out to clarify, this little dragon. I don't think I'm up for getting a princess right now. Maybe I'll just order Chinese. Again, this little guy has a big destiny. He's meant to go, whatever, save a princess or something. But he's like kind of avoiding that. Maybe I'll just order Chinese. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow, you know? It's coming through as like an indecision, or I feel like you're putting yourself in this energy of stasis. It's almost like you're like, let's just pause. Maybe something that you want came in really fast and you weren't expecting it, and it threw you off, and now you feel like you're not totally prepared, or you don't have all the answers, or you don't have the insurance, the high insurance pack that's gonna make again, validate you 1,000% that this is for you, that this is going to be 100% abundant, and lay it out in detail for you. That's not how this is meant to come in. I feel like this is meant to be approached as an adventure. It's like this is a whole new realm of experience that's becoming available to you, and you don't need to stress out or be worried about it. It's more something that you can either approach with fear or approach with excitement, and you get to choose. It's like with Sagittarian energy, think about like you're going on a trip or something. You can be super concerned about all the things that could go wrong, or you can be excited about the experience and everything that you can learn and see, and you know, again, it's like you have the choice, and it's a choice in which perspective you want to take. Is there anything else surrounding that? No. Your advice is justice. There's something about just a balanced approach, a balanced, like, cooperative approach here with this. Justice. It's Libra energy too. There could be something about creating harmony or allowing for harmony, give and take, balance within some sort of union. If this is about like love or a commitment with a partner. I feel like what this is it's something that you want and you want to commit to it and you know that it's good for you. You know that it is for you, period. But it's like the way that it came crashing in so unexpectedly, or maybe you feel like it's not the optimal time for you to be receiving this thing. There's something I feel like that you need to just trust a little more and allow it to almost, it's like give it a little bit of trust and allow it to prove itself to you. Tell me more about this justice energy. King of Wands. I mean, you're fully, you can handle this. There's nothing that you need to be freaking out about here. I feel like a part of you is scared that you haven't fully closed out or healed from something of the past. Again, it's kind of coming through as like you do take this thing seriously because you know it's something that fulfills you or could fulfill you. You know it's something that you want. Some of you know that this is good karma or a blessing that has come to you. But it's like you're questioning, like, am I ready? You want to make sure that all your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted and that you've truly closed out this cycle from the past before you invest in whatever this is. And I feel like you're telling yourself that you don't feel like that transformation is complete yet, but I feel like it is. It's like you're more ready for this thing that's here for you than you think you are. It's kind of like when the hero in a story, it's like they don't know how capable and brave and strong they are. Sometimes you have to challenge yourself and then you realize, like sometimes you have to put yourself in the situation and then you realize you're the one for the job, right? You're capable, you're worthy, you are ready. It's almost like needing to put yourself in this and you'll prove yourself to yourself, is what I'm seeing. So this must be something that is pretty fucking, pretty fire, honestly, Cap, because you do not get in your head over whether or not you are capable and ready for many things. I mean, you're badasses. So there are very few things that ask you to step up in a way that slightly intimidate you or make you question, like, am I for sure ready for this? It's not that you don't know that you are capable, that you have it in you. It's just you're not sure if you're fully, like, there yet. You are. You are. So a little, I was going to say a little more passion, but then I'm hearing that song that's like, a little less conversation, a little more action. A little less thinking, a little less talking about it, a little less trying to intellectualize it, plan it out, you know, and a little more just leaping into it, a little more action, because again, this thing is going to prove itself to you and erase any doubt that you might have that it is what you think it is, and you're also going to be proving you to yourself that you're ready for it as well. But you gotta jump in. You gotta jump in, all right? Get wet and you will come to realize that the water is just right. The temperature is perfect, all right? So get to skinny dipping. Capricorn, I love you. Okay. We're moving on to Aquarius. Moving on. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm talking kind of softly, but I'm trying to be close to you so you can still hear from me. It's just, there are people upstairs and I feel like they're sleeping because it's almost 2 in the morning here. So I don't want to be too loud. All right. Aquarius. Babies. Where you at? Twill be your season before you know it. And yeah, happy birthday to Virgos. Final happy birthday to Virgos. We're about to transition here. Are we transitioning today into Libra season? Soon, very soon. Okay. What does Aquarius need to know? Aqua, Moon, and Mercury. I'm an Aqua Mercury too. Woo! I actually love that placement. Okay. We love some Aquarius energy up in this house. In Vedic, I am an Aquarius sun. Yeah. And most of my best friends throughout the years have been Aquarians. We vibe. I fucks with you. Okay, what does Aquarius need to know? What does Aquarius need to know? It's you. I love that. I love it. Okay. So your present circumstances is the Star. Huge amounts of healing available to you. In Vedic, the lunar eclipse just happened in Aquarius, not Pisces. So some of you might want to look into your Vedic chart. I don't want to confuse anyone, so if you don't feel called to do that, don't do it. But if you feel like something intuitively resonates with that, you might want to look at that. I love it. Okay, let's get 3 more cards for you. One more. Yeah, your Uranus. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. Can you clarify that? Okay. All right. So, Aquarius. My stomach keeps making the weirdest noises. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Okay, what's up, Aquarius? How are you doing, my loves? Okay, so this is very interesting and powerful energy. Your current circumstances is the Star. So this is your major arcana card. You are experiencing a period of incredibly deep healing, self-awareness, power, sovereignty, and the heightened ability to, through resonating with and understanding yourself on a deeper level, this is also opening up your ability to hold more space and empathy for other people as well. I feel like all around it's just beautiful. How you are experiencing this energy is the Hierophant in reverse. You could be connected to Capricorn because they also got this in the same spot. But I don't feel the same energy coming from this as you. In part, a little bit, but not a lot. I feel like this is an energy of rebelling from the status quo. Rebelling from society's standards, rebelling from what is expected or normalized. There's something that you're like, it's like I say on my, or did I remove that? It's coming through as like, you can't put something infinite in a box. You know, you can't define simply something that is infinite and complex and deep and, you know what I mean? And I feel like you're not going to let anything, including yourself, put yourself in a box anymore. You might be realizing right now how you have limited yourself, maybe through not allowing yourself to transform and evolve to the degree that you have felt called to, or not fully committing to that because you're worried about how you're different or how you'll be perceived or how you might be breaking some rules, or I don't know. There's something here you're breaking out of, and it has to do with not giving a fuck about following the traditional, like, norm or accepted way of doing things. Very Aquarian, honestly. Okay, tell me more about this Hierophant in reverse. Oh my goodness. Yep, no. You are seeing the way that you limited yourself in the past here. I feel like this used to be an insecurity of yours, but now you're gaining confidence in this area. And it's because the surrounding or supporting energy it's very supportive. It's totally calibrated with you. I think that you're committed to your own unique calling and embodiment and energy and path and expansion and expression. All of these things. You're committed to that over being easily digestible, being understood, being part of the status quo, being accepted. You know, I think you're realizing that the way that you leaned into the need for that in the past actually caused you to not fully accept yourself. And I think that you're switching your priorities around. You're realizing that, like, as long as you understand and accept yourself, that is what ultimately matters. There's something about flipping the script here. It's very empowering. Okay. the challenge or the lesson is the Page of Cups in reverse. And then there's also this oracle card, but it came out in reverse as well. So it came out like this. And it's all these people that are kind of dressed in suits, or they look like they're going to like maybe a corporate job, whatever. And then there's this one woman in a dress that is kind of wildly dancing in the opposite direction. This is exactly what I was saying. There's a part of you that you have judged. A part of you that you have struggled to accept, maybe because you were seeing yourself through the lens of others, what is acceptable to others, what is traditionally acceptable. Again, I feel like you were just taking too much of that into consideration when you are a sign that is kind of meant to rebel in a healthy way, in an innovative way, in a way that drives humanity forwards, in a way that no other sign can really lead the way like you are meant to. You know, you're meant to be different. And by denying yourself that, you're denying that gift to the world. And I think you're realizing that you're not meant to fit in. You're meant to dance wildly in the opposite direction. But the greatest challenge for you right now is that there's a part of you. This is either like a childhood wound, or it's just a part of you that you've shut down a little bit because you see it as a liability or a weakness, but it's not. It's a very pure, emotional and intuitive space, very open. And I feel like the more you integrate that part of yourself back in, the part of you that maybe, what were you like as a child when you just didn't give a shit what other people thought? Maybe you want to take up an old hobby or habit, or just tap back into that energy. Remember what gave you the courage to be that. It was your curious mind. It was your innate need to question things, you know, to question authority, to question the way that things have always been. Okay, but why? You know? You are one sign that has, one of your strengths is critical thinking. You know, that's important in today's world. Very important. Please don't lose that. We need all of that we can get. But there's a difference between that and seeing the world critically or criticizing yourself. Yeah. There's a difference in how you carry that, right? It doesn't have to feel heavy. It doesn't have to feel like it is stifling you. So there's something that's meant to feel kind of liberating, free, playful, childlike, innovative, rebellious, creative. And the greatest challenge or lesson is tapping back into that, or reintegrating or holding space and acceptance for that. Again. Okay. Your advice. So this is interesting. So the Three of Cups in reverse came out with the Two of Cups in the upright. There's something here that it's like you're getting your good karma, justice. Yeah, literally, the Six of Pentacles. Look, you're being given what you deserve. This is literally direct translation. Aquarius is getting what they fucking deserve. But it can only come to you through, like, you being the embodiment of yourself that is in your power and knows that you deserve it, right? Otherwise, you'll block it, even unintentionally. I feel like now is really a time to blot out the opinions of others, blot out what is socially accepted, blot out what is traditional or what is conditioned into you. You're breaking boundaries at this time. And I think that you have to be 100% in your own wisdom, knowing, and sovereign energy. Fixed air. When you know the truth, you know the truth. And so you don't need to let other people influence what you know. There's something here about you're kind of being advised to like keep some things to yourself at this time, because you are integrating a very powerful, my Rottweiler is barking outside, sorry if you can hear him. There's something that is all about you. There's a part of you that is very important, vital, that you are integrating back into yourself at this time. And it's not about anybody but you. Nobody else has a say. It's not their thing, you know? This is very personal. And you're not vulnerable, but like, it's just a solo thing. Like, I'm seeing you keeping it between you and yourself and not letting other people into this is what your advice is. As this integration is occurring, it's almost like you are honoring yourself by just experiencing this very intimate reintegration of a part of yourself. Hold space for that experience. Just be with yourself through it, I feel like. Because something about this transition and integration is still happening. And it's like you don't need the judgments of other people. You just need to follow your spirit. Once everything is integrated, you will have the fullness of your being and your power to share with those around you. It's like this integration process, this transition period is not going to last forever. But the phase that you're in right now is important, and I feel like it's for you, and you kind of alone. Is there anything else that Aquarius needs to know? It's pretty clear. There's also something that maybe like you're excited to share with a community or with other people. Something that you've healed, something that you understand now that would be beneficial to others. And because you feel that heightened capacity for like humanitarian energy and like service to others, you're excited to share this. But the advice is to just hold on, like wait until you fully integrate that back in and just give it some time to percolate before you really put it out there, is what I'm getting for this, okay? But this looks beautiful, honestly. This is beautiful. I felt it the second that this came out. It's powerful. I love to see it. Love to see it. This could have something to do with Saturn too, right? Struggling with heavy thoughts, didn't want to deal with it in a Zen vibe. Just wanted them to vanish into thin air. As a Scorpio rising and Scorpio Pluto directly conjunct, I feel you. I feel you. Solidarity. We can get through this. All right, we're moving on to Pisces. Where is my Pisces fam? Where are my angel fish at? All right, here we go. It has been 4 hours, but we have made it to the end. If you know me, you know. It's just how we roll here, so. Okay. But thank you for being with me, whether you are here now during the live or whether you are vibing after the fact. I appreciate you. I've missed you. I want you to know that I get just as much from this channel and these engagements as you do, and you really do mean a lot to me. So thank you for being here. All right, what does Pisces need to know? Tell me what Pisces needs to know. Hit one run, maybe. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Tell me about Pisces energy. Just clarify that for me a little bit. Please. Oh, good. Okay. Wow, this is powerful. We're going out with a bang, Pisces. Okay. Yeah, this is deep. Damn. Okay. Why is my stomach doing this? All right. Okay, let's timestamp and get into this. 53, 30. Okay. Hi, Pisces. What is up, my beautiful, beautiful little fellow fish? Okay. So the current circumstances for you are the Page of Cups. Okay. You could be experiencing love right now, or you could just be feeling this part of you that's kind of like calling for your attention, wanting to be nurtured, wanting to take the driver's, be in the driver's seat. But it's very innocent, magical, kind of childlike, just pure part of you with that Page of Cups. Okay, now that sounds lovely, right? The only place where it gets a little bit complicated is in how you are currently experiencing the energy. So you are in the Star in reverse. So you might have Aquarius in your chart as well. If so, you might want to check on what's happening with that energy. this is an energy of not being completely sure if you are ready, or you might be focused on a part of yourself that either still you are perceiving it as being unhealed, or it has taken a really long time to heal, and you're doubting whether that process has actually been completed. And I'm not talking about like you as a whole being completely 100% healed, because I don't really think that ever happens. But I'm talking about like there's something specific, or like a phase of healing, and it's like you're not sure if it's complete yet. And I think that this has to do with the way you've experienced relationships or love in the past. Because I think that something very, very pure is coming in that matches your frequency. And it's asking you to also be in this very pure, transcendent frequency of unconditional love that is natural to you. It's almost like you're not sure if you're ready to put yourself in that space again. I mean, I'm talking to other Pisces, so this will probably make sense to you. But you know how when you love in that unconditionally loving way, like when you are fully giving of your heart, you have the capacity to love unconditionally in a very real and somewhat natural way, honestly, when you open yourself up to it. Now, there's no problem with that. The potential issue sometimes stems from who you choose to commit that love to, the fullness of that love. That's what came out to clarify the star in reverse. No one should be taught that love is how much shit you can tolerate from someone. This is very Pisces. Okay, so I don't think that loving anything unconditionally is ever a waste. I don't think that loving is ever a waste in any capacity. However, you have the ability to give love to things that also give back to you, or you have the choice to give love unconditionally to something that does not have the capacity to give back to you. That love is not wasted either way, but your experience is going to be quite different depending on how you're using your love, which is your currency, your power, right? There's an element of Pisces that almost worships love itself, does worship love, because you're very intimately connected to Source, Pisces, to just that pure energy, and God is love. You know, Source is unconditional love. That's why you have such a capacity to give that love, to embody that love. But at the same time, if you're worshiping something that weakens you, or if you're giving all that love to a bad religion, quote unquote, Frank Ocean lyrics, if it's bringing you to your knees, then Spirit is kind of saying there was a reason for you experiencing that in the past, but at the same time, that's not the ultimate goal, right? There's more to love than just how much you can take from someone. Because you deserve love just as much as everybody else that you keep trying to give it to. And sometimes that's the part that gets lost on Pisces. Is it honorable to unconditionally love? Yeah, of course, always. It's very powerful. It's a beautiful thing, and it's a gift that you are capable of offering. But you deserve the same unconditional love. So this card also came out, which has the quote, "Only to the extent that we expose ourselves over and over to annihilation can that which is indestructible be found in us." The thing is, like I said before, this was not a waste, right? I think that you have loved to the point of nearly destroying yourself over and over again, because again, you don't really know any other way to love. You're like anything less than all in, unconditional, all consuming love, where I would literally give my life for the other person, pretty much, is subpar, and I don't want it. That's kind of how Pisces is, right? For that reason, we do expose ourselves over and over to complete annihilation. However, that's not a waste when that happens, because it shows us that ultimately that love that is within you cannot truly be destroyed or taken away by anything. It is indestructible. And it's because you have that direct connection to the source of it, that pure, innocent connection. But you have to embody it. You have to tap into it. You have to allow yourself to be there. You have to believe that no matter how bad something might hurt you, or no matter how maybe a scary truth of life is that nothing does last forever. Just because something is impermanent doesn't mean that it's not worth experiencing to the fullest degree. You know, just because the potential of loss or hurt is there doesn't mean it's worth denying yourself that the experience of that, right? So I think it's kind of time for you to remind yourself that yes, you have experienced some gnarly things, but the reason that you experienced those things ultimately was because I feel you kept trying to offer that unconditional love, and sometimes you offered it at the altar of something that abused it, you know, where it just took and took and took and never gave. And you're ready to experience something more now, not simply something that annihilates but doesn't completely destroy you. You know, it's like you've learned that lesson, and now I feel like you're ready to experience a higher love. So your greatest challenge is the Knight of Wands. Okay. Losing My Religion. Good song. Okay. Tell me more about the Knight of Wands. Knight of Wands. What? The Six of Wands. Death. There is something really big that you're meant to experience now, and a part of you might even feel somewhat guilty being infused with like this much love, or being doted on or cared for to this degree. But Pisces, you deserve it so much. You deserve it so much. We all deserve it. You're really ready to experience it though. And the part of you that is capable of fully experiencing it, because it is open enough to experience it in that really pure way where you're just kind of in awe of it, you know, that part of you is still within you. It's available to you. It's indestructible. It's funny because a lot of people look at the Page of Cups as being very naive and weak, you know, vulnerable, but they're not. The Page of Cups is that childlike sense of wonder and awe and magic, and being able to see the beauty and the good in the world, and keeping your heart soft is the strongest, most powerful fucking thing that you can do. Keeping this part of you alive is a huge strength, not a weakness. And this part is so pure and so connected directly to source energy that it is totally like self-transforming, you know? Again, even when it is annihilated, it comes back. It comes back to life. It's truly indestructible. It's like it might get, it's like the unsuspecting hero, you know? The underdog that no one expects to win ends up being the most pure, fulfilling, powerful, and indestructible part within you. But you have to believe that in yourself and have enough confidence in that to move forwards into this success and abundance. Because that is what is waiting for you. Okay, so your advice is the Nine of Swords and the Chariot in reverse. Have a really good hard look at what you are, like what causes you anxiety. Because you know, Pisces, that it's like, you know that you are healed and ready to embody this part and let this back in. The only thing that's holding you back from doing that is because you're scared that if you do, you're like, yeah, I'm ready, but what if I embody that again and then I end up putting myself towards this sort of thing again, something that just brings me to my knees again, then I have to go through that whole process. That's just your anxiety holding you back. It's fear. It's not valid. And that's not to take away from the validity of your past experiences that instilled that fear, but it's saying it's no longer valid. You know enough now to know that no matter how bad something hurts you, you still come back. You're ultimately indestructible. And I feel like you've been exposed to annihilation enough times by now to know that. You've gone through this whole like regeneration process enough times to trust that you will always regenerate. Always. Because it's your spirit. And it's your heart. And nothing can truly take that. Right? So the only thing that can kind of take away from that is this, right? You putting the brakes on your own regeneration and forward movement and transcendence. So you're just being asked to take a really good hard look at where is that coming from. Let's get one more clarifier on that before I let you go. For some of you, this is tied to a mother wound. Page of Swords, Ace of Swords in reverse. Yeah, it's like lies that you might have been told as a child when you were particularly, it's like you were at a very easily influenced stage, or you were at an age where this had a really deep impact on you. But this was something that was not true, that was fed to you when you were young, for some of you, and your belief in this lie, ultimately, whether someone knew that it was a lie and told you, or whether they didn't, whether they really believed it to be the truth and they passed that knowledge down to you, but it was not really true. It was based on maybe their own wounds or their own pain, or their own experience and understanding of the world. Whether they meant to lie or not. This is a truth that you integrated as a child, or it was conditioned into you maybe, and it caused you a lot of grief. in your life. Maybe someone taught you that love is how much shit you can tolerate from someone. Maybe, for instance, like you grew up in a home where your mother just tolerated like abuse or mistreatment or just bad behavior or shit from your dad, let's say. This is just an example. And so you learned that is what love is. And for that reason, you chose relationships where that played out and it caused you grief. That was not true. It's like by reconnecting to this beautiful, pure part of yourself, I feel like you have the opportunity to kind of rewrite this lie. And you can shift the trajectory of your experience moving forwards, because you're meant to experience something pretty beautiful. And you are ready. And you have so much to give. And I feel like you know now, through having experienced all of this, exactly how much you do have to give. And if you learned anything from all of these past experiences, it should have taught you what your true worth is, right? What you really do deserve. And like I said before, while there is a certain level of like it is honorable in a way to love anyone unconditionally, and it does take bravery and strength to love unconditionally, no matter where that is being directed. Ultimately and optimally, you want to unconditionally love something that can unconditionally love you back, because like I said before, you are just as worthy of that gift as anybody else. Trust that that kind of love exists. If for the only reason, trust it because you know that you contain that kind of love. Have faith that that kind of love is possible and is being offered to you now because of the way that you love, you know? You're not the only person in the world that loves that way, although sometimes it can feel that way. It is possible, okay? And it's here for you. And you're meant to experience it. But yeah, your advice is to look at the lies that are causing you stress and preventing you from moving forwards. There's some sort of tie there. And it's what you have experienced is not what you're meant to continue experiencing. Yeah. Okay. That is what I see for you, Pisces. I love you. I love you so much. I hope that you're doing well. I hope that all of you guys are doing well. Thank you for being patient with me, as always. These eclipse season energies are a lot to navigate, so hopefully this reading made sense, because I was just channeling, and I'm gonna have to watch it back and see. But I hope that that it was somewhat succinct and understandable. And if not, then please have grace with me, because the energies are intense as fuck. But I love you so very much. It is like 2:30 a.m. where I am, so I'm gonna get some sleep, but I will be back soon. I've missed you guys so very much, and I appreciate your presence here with me. Yeah. Mwah. I love you, and I will talk to you again very soon, okay?